Live from twitch.tv, it's Vtuber Talk. Today's guest is Koko Pimento. And now, slightly confused by the puppet lurking backstage, here's your host, Jay. Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host Jay and thank you so much for joining us today. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for today, Koko Pimento.
Hey! Hi, it's me. I'm Koko. Hello.
It's her. She is Koko. I verified this.
It's true. He did by talking to me for 3 hours.
Yes, indeed. This is a dangerous show. Well, actually, before we get too far into things, just in case there's folks around who aren't familiar with you, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. All right. Well, as we all know, my name is Koko Pimento. I am an imp VTuber. Primarily play video games, but you might know of my art from places online. And that's pretty much it. I'm on semi-break right now, so I don't stream very often.
Yay! And I'm so glad I was able to get you with some availability despite your break. And
yeah,
like you said, we already spoke for 3 hours. One thing I always do, I always have what's called a pre-interview with the guest. You know, I tell folks it's about 30 minutes. I try to not make it a big time commitment or anything. And every so often, it's not extremely common, but it's not unheard of. Things just go longer, that we get into our own conversations and things go. I have had 3-hour pre-interviews before. This isn't a first, but I will tell you the number of times that it has happened is relatively few, like low double digits at most. But at the same time, that's always a good sign because it means that we're able to get into good conversation. And I call them the lost episodes. So we've had a lost episode already. And now we don't even need to hold back. There were several times I said, Koko, wait, stop. Like, you need to stop. Or there was at least one time I was like, I need to stop. I said at one point, I need to stop. This is good content. We need to save this for the show.
It's true.
But yes.
Yeah, that was really good.
Here we are, and welcome to everybody in chat. I saw lots of folks here with some wonderful emotes and making me realize that I don't even remember my own chat rule. Somebody put, well, one's going to be a hard one tonight, and I was like, I know I have chat rules. I know I wrote them ages ago. I don't look at them with any regularity. Why would I? What is rule number one anyways? And it's treat everyone with respect. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's probably gonna break a few times, honestly. Yeah. But no, it's a good one to have for sure, you know.
Yeah, it's just, you know, as another chatter mentioned, something of streamer etiquette. It just, you know, it's a default there, but at the same time, one thing that I was telling you just before we actually went live is that great thing about this show is that I don't have many regular viewers. There's a couple, and to those out there who are regulars, I love you dearly. But for the most part, the viewers of any given show are going to be fans of the guest. And that means that chat sort of self-curates, that I don't need to worry, is my chat, is my community going to fit and be welcoming for the given guest? Because most of the folks in the audience are already going to know the inside jokes, and you know, I tune into at least a handful of streams of any given guest, so I know what I'm getting into. I'm never completely blindsided, but sometimes like there'll be an inside joke that I hadn't heard quite yet, or different things, but that's part of the fun for me.
Yeah, honestly, like, sometimes, like, for instance, I'm a friend of Myra Moore's, and I'll, like, join her stream, like, I'll just pop in and check it out, and it's crazy, like, just, how different our chat rooms are, and I think it's, like, really important that, like, as a person, like, a viewer, you probably shouldn't start talking like the moment you enter like a stream for the first time, because like you need to like kind of like absorb like what the general culture or like vibe is of the stream, you know?
Yeah.
Because like Myra's chat is very fucking different than my chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A little more
Like,
subdued. That they can be
they're so
crazy in their own
respectful
way.
of
But
her.
oh, hi Myra.
But yeah, her chat's like so respectful of her. Like I've had some people in my chat even say like, "Oh yeah, I accidentally used like chatter type A in chatter type B's chat, and I got like timed out." Because it's like I don't know, like my chat's like they just like shoot the shit. Like it's like almost like we have this like mutual understanding of like making fun of each other, but like a humor-based making fun. Like if you're gonna make fun of me, it better be funny or else like it's not cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, all right, is your insult funny enough to be content?
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. It's true. Yeah, like if I can bounce off of chat, like that's the best for me. I've been trying to like curate that kind of chat, like from the get-go, like this nurturing chat to be like funny, you know, like making jokes and quips. Like I prefer to have that and like look at chat and then get a laugh from chat, and then maybe even like push the joke even further, you know, add like another layer or continue it. Versus like a more respectful chat, like that's totally fine. Like if that's the kind of chat you want, you know.
Yeah.
But for me, like I prefer to have that kind of like thing. But you have to also like I guess like curate it. Almost like with the stream etiquette thing, people were like, you know, if I remembered what they said on the streamer etiquette thing, I would talk about it more. But like, I think like an important thing is like you have to be on top of your chat when it comes to like the stuff that they say, because one person can kind of derail and you don't even know, it could be a turning point for your chat where like everyone starts acting like that one guy, right? So you kind of have to be like on top of it, and you have to make it a point to show everyone like, I don't like that kind of thing that you're doing, right? Whether that's through a timeout, through like something verbal where you're like, hey, so and so, fuck you, you know what I mean? But like any kind of like negative association, I think chat like really doesn't like to upset the VTuber or like the streamer in any way, right? And sometimes you don't have to go as far as like a call out, because I don't know, I feel like personally, like if I got called out on someone's stream, I probably explode and die and never show up again. You know, I'd be too embarrassed. But yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm doing it already, aren't I? Like I'm like,
oh no, you were invited onto a talk show and you're talking. What a terrible thing.
Yeah, I'm already like taking over.
This has been the whole thing, that even when I reached out to her, she was like, oh, I don't know. I'm so worried that I'm going to talk too much. And I was like, Koko, it's in the name of the entire concept. If you go onto a talk show and you're talking a lot, that means it's going well.
I know, but I don't know. I just like, I like having that kind of like conversation like that back and forth. I feel like I have this like creeping, like, I don't know, like this phantom over me that's like, you better not just completely take over the conversation, you know? I'm gonna be mad.
Don't worry. Plus, my voice has been a little bit rough in the past couple days anyway, so heck, you're saving me.
Okay.
This is great.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. Koko loves to talk. It's true. I am quite a yapper. But I feel like I just have a lot to say about a lot of things.
Yes, indeed. We got to so many different things. Like, I'm trying to even figure out where to start. I guess one thing that you mentioned that you're working on a Minecraft sound pack. And that caught me because, all right, it's not a Minecraft world. You're not working on a Minecraft model. I can't remember if I've ever heard anyone tell me that they are working on a Minecraft sound pack. What is this?
Okay, so it's basically I'm redubbing. Initially it was redubbing the whole game with my voice, right?
That's a lot. How? I don't even know how many sound effects are there in Minecraft.
There are a lot. I don't know if the person who's helping me is in chat right now. Nickfa92 is helping basically build the sound pack off of my voice clips, or not voice clips, but like my recordings. And it was initially going to be everything, but that was a lot. I have this really bad habit of basically taking on more than I'm capable of. And it is a lot. It's like 800 sounds or something. It's like a ridiculous number. It is so much. So we basically are doing like the major ones and the mobs, the mobs is a lot because I think the mobs is like 80 mobs or something. And then you gotta think like each mob has like on average 20 sounds.
20?
Yeah. Yeah, the newer ones are like 50 sounds or it's crazy. Yeah. So it's too much.
I don't play much Minecraft, but
yeah. It's a lot. So
you can ship that off as a full voice acting reel at the end of the day, or like sound effects and monster voices are a entire subsection, an unsung hero niche of voice acting.
Yeah, I mean, even like I've been learning sound design, honestly. It's crazy. Like you have to what's the word for it? You're basically blending all of these sounds together to make whatever you need, right? And I was doing this primarily on stream only for quite a few months. This has been a massive project, but at some point I was like, guys, I want to play actual games again. I don't want to be stuck playing or just doing the sound pack. Though it was fun, and I did have quite a few viewers say like, hey, I wish, not really I wish, but it was fun. It's kind of like bittersweet that you won't stream them anymore. But I think it's better for me to do it offline so that I can like focus on it, because I am kind of like cursed to be entertaining when, I'm live. So I can't really just do like
too
these.
Strong.
Yeah, so like I'm always like branching off from like focusing on the sound pack. I'll just be like, hey guys, look, I'm so silly, haha, and then lose complete focus on like doing the zombie sound or something,
Understandable.
So I will say I have gotten a lot of help because I've reached out to a lot of creators to have like cameo mobs in the sound pack.
Ooh.
And so Myra, for instance, since I mentioned her already, Myra is in the sound pack. I can't remember what she is. She's like, I think a witch. Is she a
That
witch?
would make sense. That would be
remember.
Very on brand.
Yeah. So they get to choose what mob they want to be, and they do the entire mob folder for that mob, and they send it my way. I think we have like 20 cameos in the sound pack. So it's pretty cool. I have no idea when it's going to be finished. I have about 35 mobs to go. So, but now I'm pretty much done with all of the projects that were time sensitive. So it's basically just sound pack now, which is great. I'm very happy about that.
And even if you're not recording those live, I feel like what you can do once it's all done is you can sort of have the sound pack debut be a stream of, all right, folks, it's done now. Let's go through and listen to all this. And whether that's just going down the file list in a folder, or if you're actually having it plugged into the game and then just roaming around the overworld and in the nether and actually hearing it in the environment, that you can sort of make an event out of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the plan will be that I'm going to let people, if they want to experience it firsthand, like I'm gonna probably like let it fester for about like 2 weeks after it releases, and then after 2 or 3 weeks I'll like play it myself on stream and like because I have like a terrible memory. Like my memory is so bad that I'm probably gonna forget like more than half of the sounds.
Oh yeah, and you'll be going through and it's like, oh yeah, that one was good. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it's gonna be super fun. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Speaking of things that you don't do on stream a lot, you mentioned that Pokemon is like one of your favorites. It's something that you grew up with, and
yeah.
I suppose in some ways, ironically, for it being such a popular game to stream in so many ways, that it is one that you really save for yourself off stream.
Yeah. I'm really bad with like that kind of genre of games. You know, like the turn-based grindy RPG game. Is like, I don't know. I just like. I can't stream it. It's so difficult. Like I did attempt to do one. I think it was a it was like a Nuzlocke, but we were using do you know that program where like people can like spend money to change your game? I don't remember what it's called
crowd
now.
control.
Yeah, it was crowd control Pokemon Emerald.
Ooh.
And basically, it got to a point because I just did not want to grind the game. I had like a really strong Miltank that had, was it Stomp or Body Slam? That guy was crazy. I just like was bulldozing through everything with the Miltank. But I don't know, I kind of like lost interest in it. And because it's, I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like, especially like Emerald. I feel like I've played Emerald probably like 15,000 times, you know? So it's like, I already know that game like front to back. There's nothing exciting for me personally. But, so yeah, it's kind of hard to stream. But also like, you know, if like the new game comes out, like, what's the new one coming out?
Legends ZA?
Yes. Yeah, that one, like, I'm so excited for because I really like Mega Evolutions. I think they're awesome. So I'm really looking forward to it. But for me personally, like, especially Pokemon, you know, I kind of like keeping some games to myself because I have that, like, incessant need to entertain. And I feel like that will take away from my personal experience of experiencing, like, the game for the first time.
Yeah.
You know? I really want to be, like, in the zone and, like, just enjoying the game. And who knows, maybe I'm kind of, like, cautiously optimistic at this point when it comes to Pokemon games. Like half the time, you know, it could be a game that I'm actually not, I don't enjoy, you know, or it feels like it's too rushed for me or something like that. So I think those kinds of things is probably best for me to just experience offline, you know?
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you've played Emerald many, many times. You know it forwards and backwards. Was that your first Pokemon game or just the one that you spent a lot of time on?
No. For me, my first one was Fire Red. That was
okay,
my
so
first one.
not original Red, but Fire Red.
No. It's crazy because, like, my first, like, handheld, or I guess even, like, my first system that I personally owned was a Game Boy Advance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember someone at school had Pokemon Yellow, and they were like, "Oh, I'll lend this to you for like lunch period," right? And that blew my mind. Like playing Pokemon Yellow, I didn't even do anything in the game. I just kept like talking to Pikachu that was behind me, and that was like enough to be like, "This is awesome," because I already had like an affinity for Pokemon because I watched the show. It always played like right before school, so it was cool. I really liked it, but yeah, I didn't get to experience Red Blue. Wait, no, it's Red Green, right?
It was Red Blue in the States. It was Red Green in Japan. Green never made it to the West.
Okay. Yeah, I never played Red and Blue. I never played Yellow. I never played Crystal, Gold, Silver, but I did play Fire Red. I think like Fire Red is after Ruby and Sapphire, right?
I forget the exact release order. They were pretty close, but those were both Gen 3 mechanics in terms of actual operation. Did you ever go and play Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or have you never actually experienced Gen 2?
Oh my god, yes.
Okay,
Heart
so you at least know
Gold,
Gen
Soul
2.
Silver,
Good.
that was awesome. I honestly, like, the reason I chose Fire Red was because I knew it came, like, not really, like, release schedule first, but, like, chronologically, like, the, I guess, Pokedex. I knew it came first, so I wanted to do Fire Red before I touched. But right after Fire Red, it was, like... Actually, do you know, like... Do you remember Best Buy? Like, the renting games stuff? That's how I played it, was, like, I rented those games, and then it even got to a point where, like, I just did not, like, return the game because I loved it so much. But yeah, I eventually did return it, but it was like a stupid, crazy fee. It was just ridiculous. But yeah, like, yeah, I experienced Emerald that way. It was through the Best Buy renting thing. Was it? Blockbuster? Well, oh, sorry. Best Buy is the fucking...
is the store. No, but at the same time, thinking back, like, if...
Yeah.
Because while Blockbuster is obviously the iconic rental one, if you were to tell me, oh, my local Best Buy did rentals, I'd believe you.
Yeah. Everyone was doing the rentals back then, weren't they? Yeah, that was crazy. I even remember, like, I don't remember which phone service was doing it, but the phone people were doing it too. That was crazy. Yeah, that stuff was insane back then. Yeah, Blockbuster, that was the one. I totally forgot about that. What a bygone era. That's crazy. But yeah,
also, I just realized,
Ruby, Sapphire?
if you're,
go ahead.
If that playthrough that you did was with Miltank, it sort of hit me.
Oh,
you became Whitney. Yeah. You have the pink hair and everything. You're the destroyer of dreams.
Use rollout. Rollout's like the thing she uses, isn't it? I don't know. I kind of did rollout, but man, honestly, that Miltank was insane.
No, and it was even worse in original Gold, Silver. It was that I think that Miltank, if you go back and ask anyone who played Gen 2, what was the most memorable gym fight, I feel like 90% of people are going to say Whitney. Because all the others were good. Like, all the other leaders are still memorable in their own way. But that, Clefairy was nothing. But that damn Miltank.
That Miltank.
Damn Miltank, because it was so tanky, and it had milk drink, and if it got rollout going, you were just like, I gotta hope I have something, because if it kills me and gets to like that third turn, I'm just about to lose 3 Pokemon back to back to back. And there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's true. That's crazy. Man, when I fought Whitney in, I think I had Heart Gold. That was like, to me, I already was aware, like, of, oh my god, like, Whitney, holy. But, like, when I fought her, I was like, oh, she wasn't so bad. But, like, I honestly, like, for me, the game, or I guess, like, the trainer where I was, like, genuinely afraid of was Cynthia from Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum.
Oh, yeah. If you're talking
Cynthia was
all-timers and everything, it's Cynthia, obviously, for many, many reasons, that if we're talking, across all generations, across all, not just gym leaders, but going into Elite Four and Champions, Cynthia's iconic and, Did you play Legends Arceus?
Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it,
Koko. Oh my gosh.
I know. I didn't finish it. Honestly, like,
okay, I can't say anything more now.
Arceus.
Oh god.
It's okay, but I like Arceus. I think it's cool. I really like the concept. But I feel like kind of like current Pokemon, they kind of like have this concept. They're like, hey, this is really cool. But then they kind of like fail to do that like game development step where they like give it more depth as the game progresses. It's almost like, here it is, and this is how it's going to be for like basically the whole game, And for me, I got like pretty tired of that about like a few zones in. But yeah, I should finish it for sure.
It's really
But
good.
I played the remake for Diamond and Pearl, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, something like that.
Yeah, well, one or the other,
And,
possibly reverse it, but close enough.
Yeah. And I feel like
And then they made her harder.
harder.
They did.
They did.
They gave her a proper competitive set with held items and everything. And one of the big complaints about that game is that the spike is too abrupt. That basically up until then, the gym leaders weren't using competitive sets. And I can't recall if the full Elite Four uses the competitive sets. But they were just like you can go in and you can see that they had everything from natures to like proper
what the hell the
competitive
natures do?
Yeah, like they went full ham, and in some ways respect, but also I feel like, okay, if you're gonna do that, you gotta be consistent with it. You have to commit to the bit across the board, at least make it so that's so what people are used to, and that people would just get to Cynthia and run into this brick wall and be like, whoa, where'd that come from? That's kind of cool, but what?
Yeah, like I just think about it from like a development standpoint where they're like, oh my god, Jerry, we got like, okay, imagine Flint still has 2 fire types, and then Cynthia, let's make her like, let's go on smoggin.com or whatever the website's called, and let's just copy like
more or less
copy all of that. I wiped to her twice with my team. And I was furious because I was like kind of playing alongside a friend at the time, and it wasn't a race, but like I really like making things competitive for myself. So I was like, I want to be first in beating the Elite Four, and I wiped to Cynthia twice, and that was so frustrating to me. Meanwhile, my friend had 1 Pokemon left, and Cynthia was like on her Garchomp, one of them at least. And they managed to land, like, if they took 1 more hit from the Garchomp, their team was gonna wipe, but they managed to hit a critical hit at the perfect moment to kill. It was like an actually anime finish, and it really frustrated me. I was like, damn it! My god, it was crazy. Honestly, like, I love a good challenge though, so for me, that's great. We should make the trainers just have just put more random trainers that will kick your ass. I think that's awesome to me. Yeah. For sure.
Because I know they need to make the games accessible to kids, and I do want kids to be able to grow up with Pokemon. I would never want there to be a generation where there isn't that accessible level of difficulty, because it should be something that a 6-year-old can just hit A and get at least past the main game.
Yeah. But you don't want to put like 1 Whitney in there, like.
Or they had a difficulty setting. I think it was Black 2, White 2, and then they never did it again. We had it.
But even we
were there. We had the answer. You just make the toggle.
Yeah, that would be cool. Honestly, I don't know though, because like I feel like Game Freak is kind of like, I mean, they said that they're gonna put more time into the games, which is great. But like, I don't know. Should we be giving them more things to do? I'm kind of like, maybe we shouldn't.
Well, because at that point, I feel like the programmatic difficulty of putting in a second set of Pokemon for each trainer is no new development code. You're not creating new abilities. You're not creating new moves. It's just a second data set. And yes, the curation of that data set would take time, but also that's not the curation of that data, and assembling competitive movesets and such isn't going to be what you assign to your programmer who's in charge of making models, or who's in charge of debug. That I would think and hope is assigned to someone whose entire job is that. That it's whoever is designing probably the easier battles as well. I don't think you need 2 different sets of teams for the easy and hard mode, but that I don't know. It's always struck me as it's a less technical thing. But Game Freak certainly
They
does
have
have a
to
lot
do
on their
that from the
plate.
get-go, though. Like, they had to be like, hey, we want to put, like, a more difficult
You have to have it
setting.
part of that scope, to use the business jargon.
Yeah. Because, like, if they were like, oh my god, Jerry, let's do it! And it's like, well, I, like, already half the game has trainers. Like, you want me to go back and put, you know, like, I think it would be cool, though. I mean,
they sort of did that in past games, that in even as far back as Gold, Silver, Emerald, that when you would re-battle trainers.
Frontier does that,
Not even Battle Frontier, but that you could get like trainers' phone numbers.
The Versus Seeker and stuff?
Yeah, the Versus Seeker, and you could go back and battle them, and each time you did, their levels would be a little bit higher, and that they would have slightly different moves. And each one of those...
It should be like that,
that you didn't have that for every single trainer, but all right, just remove the Versus Seeker, and you have that be a 1-over for each trainer, instead of, all right, now we need to design 6 different fights for 1/6 of the trainers. Just create one additional fight for each trainer.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, like, not everyone's going to be versus seeking every single trainer in the entire game, right?
Exactly.
They're going to choose, like, maybe 5 guys, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would be a good idea. I would totally be down for something like that, because...
All right, I'll get Game Freak on the phone.
I got it. Moshi Moshi. Okay, but yeah. What's going on here? Did we get a raid?
I think so. I didn't get a raid notification. Also, is my notification thing off? Let me double check. I may have accidentally... Did I hear that somewhere?
You're still live?
What?
Oh, okay, so we got like a fake raid. I understand now.
Well, welcome on in. I guess you're multi-tabbing or something, but hello, welcome on in.
Hello, hi. Yeah,
well, anyways, when we run Game Freak, yes, indeed. Okay, so the notifications are there.
Okay.
At least that's not broken. I was worried for a second. I was like, wait, what happened? How did this break?
No, you're good. You're good. They're just pulling a fast one on you. I have to deal with this all the time, so don't worry. It keeps you on your toes.
Yes, indeed. So when we first started, you mentioned that people might know you for your art, and that you did your art for your own model that we see here, and you've done a lot of different art over the years. And you mentioned to me that at one point, it was the dream, past tense, and that it seems you still enjoy it to an extent, but that it's no longer the dream. Can you sort of explain that journey a bit?
Sure. Honestly, like, for me, it's like, when I was little, you know, I don't know, it's probably gonna sound a little depressing, but I don't think it is. I think it's part of the journey, but I did not have a lot of friends growing up. And I kind of was like situated. I lived very far away from my schools. All of them. All of my schools throughout my life. I always lived really far away, which made it really hard to like kind of like have friends come over after school or anything like that. And I have to get home, so I can't stay long at people's places. So I lived a very like lonely childhood, right? So art was there to kind of be like, hey, you know, something to do alongside it. It was kind of like, I mean, I had my video games, especially later, but like art was more like kind of like a mental creative stimulus, right? If I got inspired by a video game, I kind of took that inspiration, creativity, and I applied it to art. So it was like, it was something that kind of like comforted me and helped me get through my childhood and like the lonely parts of my childhood, and kind of like pushed me along. But when I started to like reach, you know, I would say about like middle school, high school area, it was kind of like, I got pretty good at it because I was doing it so often, and that's pretty much art. It's like, you know, the more you do it, you get better at it. So I had quite a bit of experience, and I have like very supportive parents. So I was definitely like pushed to be like, oh, this is my daughter. She's an artist, right? Oh, she's so good at it. Like, and so I was supported doing that, which is great. But for me, it's kind of like, I don't know. Maybe at the time I did have that drive, but like now I feel like I've always had that like spark to kind of like tell a story and entertain. And for me, when I saw VTubing like starting up and happening, I loved it because I already liked kind of like streaming games to my friends and being silly in those games. So VTubing was kind of like this perfect harmony of like art, entertainment, video games, like you name it. It's like the whole trifecta up in there. So it was like, oh my god, this is great. So for me, it was like, I kind of understand art. I have a lot of experience with like the skill set and all of that. Is it my passion? No. Does that mean like, I hate drawing art? No, of course not. But it's not what I'm like super excited to do, right? This is what I'm super excited to do. Like, I love this part, Like, I love being able to kind of like make people laugh, make people have a good time, crack a joke here and there, and art helps me do that in a lot of ways because like, hey, I drew my own model, which is, took a long fucking time. I gotta say, that was crazy. I mean,
Did you actually track how long it took to make your model?
Yes. I started, I would say I was working on it like it was during kind of like near the end of like the pandemic lockdown stuff, right? So I did not have like an offline job I had to do like every day, I didn't have anything like that. So I was able to spend like 10 hours a day working on it, right? And the way I actually had it scheduled was, I get up, do my like morning routine. When I'm ready, sit down, work on the model for like as long as I want. So get in the flow, start working on it. It's usually about 10 hours. And then at night, I play video games with my friends. That was how I did it, And a lot of people were like, oh my god, yeah, don't push yourself. But it was like, I never felt burnout because I always made sure to like eat, and I made sure to do something kind of like mentally stimulating afterwards and hang out with people with like the social aspect, right? So I think I struck a good balance. It took 6 months of doing that. Wow. It was a very long time. Yeah. I don't think like, I feel like sometimes, that thought crosses where it's like, how would it look if I were to make models for other people? I don't know. It would be like a ridiculous amount of money because like the amount of work it took me was bizarre. And,
it was also
when you're working
first
with
time.
someone else, it's like, yeah, that's true. Like, I think like, you know what you want as a person. So it's like, oh, I want the hair to look like that. But then if you're working with someone else, it's like, here's a checkpoint, or here's like, I'm showing you the process so far. And, there is that additional time where you got to accommodate for people saying, hey, I actually want it to look more like this. Right. So it definitely would take longer. But yeah, I don't think I would want to do that. That's definitely not my calling. Like, especially like the art thing. It's cool and I love doing it. But it's not like, oh my god, I want to be like, the very best, like no one ever was for art. Like, that's not me. Like, I would much rather like play Elden Ring for 2 years straight and, and just mess around in that game or something. That's much more what I would prefer,
Still, you do some art every so often. You made this, dang it, that's not the one. I have a lot of things in this slideshow. There it is. You made this lovely piece for the sound pack.
Yeah, yes. that was the open call for the Minecraft sound pack where I was looking for people to cameo in it. It was pretty good. It worked out. I got quite a few people to reach out to me to be in the sound pack, so very happy about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You actually sent me a couple of different things here. I have them all in different sites here, so sorry about the random bike and other things, but we'll get to them. But we have everything, simple, colorful little ones like this. You have a more angled piece like this. I feel like this is...
These are redraws.
Yeah, I feel like... Let me actually hop over here. I feel like this is... Sure. This is a redraw of another character from an anime, I think, and I'm blanking on who it is.
It's not from an anime, actually. It's from a Vocaloid song. It's a Miku song.
Okay, I am...
From Echo 21, I believe. Yeah.
I'm very... I know of Vocaloid, I know of Miku, and I can name a couple other Vocaloids, but...
yeah.
It's not something that I was super invested in, I guess, when I was growing up. I knew it was around me, and obviously the Vocaloid to VTuber pipeline is very real. But
yeah, I'm probably on the same level as you. I don't know many. I know there's two yellow twins.
Yeah.
The only ones I know is Miku and Teto, and that's it. That's the only people. So I'm very new to it too, but I recently got into the music, I'd say maybe a year ago. And I've been checking them out more. I really like it. So, and a lot of VTubers like to cover them, which is great. Because I think don't quote me, but it's probably way easier to cover a Vocaloid song versus I don't know what music standards are. I was gonna say AAA song, but that's game that's game standards, not not music. But yeah, you know what I mean. You can't just cover a Lady Gaga song. It must be pretty difficult to do something like that, rights and all of that kind of legal.
Oh yeah, especially if you're talking about the legal process. The fact that Vocaloid music just has the blanket permissions that you can cover those and that you'll be fine on that. Inherently just makes it much easier.
Yes, exactly. So, and I think they get pretty creative, and it does lend itself to, I think, VTubers really well, because like I said, if you were to cover a mainstream song, you don't really have a lot of 2D assets to work with, whereas this picture on the screen, right? It's they have art in their music videos that you could easily translate to your own character and, work off of from there. So yeah, I think it's cool. And there is definitely a lot of cool stuff. Though I gotta say my favorite Vocaloid is not Miku. It's definitely Teto. I like her. I like her voice. It's cool,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot. A lot of art.
You mentioned to me that you have 5.5 songs that you would like to cover in the future. I'm going to not ask you what those songs are, so you can keep them secret and a surprise. But I do need to ask, how is 0.5 possible? I don't need to know what the 0.5 is, but how?
How is the 0.5 there? Because one of them's not a real song. It's 20 seconds long.
Okay, so it's a jingle, long. It's a short. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably going to be my first one. Kind of dip my toes into it, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But I've had a lot of people basically reach out and say, hey, if you do get into covers, I'd love to help you. So maybe I'll assemble the cover Avengers, to help me and gather around. I don't know what they say. I can't remember. It's been so long.
Assemble.
There we go. Gather around.
I mean, gather around is also valid. It's not the Avengers thing, but
Yeah, that's like some
Correct
like
thought.
Knights of the Round thing going on there. Gather around, Avengers. But yeah, so but yeah, I would love to do that. I think covers would be awesome. Like but once again, you know, the new outfit has to come first. Like I do, you know, I feel like I've kind of solidified that I'm not taking on any more work until this cover, or not the cover, until the new outfit has debuted. I've basically banned myself from doing anything else. Aside from like, you know, typical, what would you call it? Timely, like, events and stuff like that. Like, you know, Christmas events and stuff like that. Aside from those, you know, but, because I have, I don't know if I told you this, Jay, but I have in the winter time a event called the Winter Wonderthon. Ooh. And it's basically like, it's about like 4 days back to back of events. Completely different events from each other. So like one will be like a baking event, another one will be like maybe like a pretty big collab that people are looking forward to, something like that, right? And so there'll be like wildly different events back to back, and usually it's to fundraise for something in the upcoming year, right?
Yeah.
So the first time I did that, we fundraised for the new outfit, right? And this was like just about almost 2 years ago.
Uh-oh.
So it's been a long time coming, right? But obviously, when it comes to outfits, like there's always some kind of hiccup. I feel like every VTuber has some kind of like problem when it comes to like a new outfit of some kind. So I have the same thing happening to me. So, but I promise you it'll come out. Yeah, yeah. So it's okay. I think it's fine. Hey, that's another one of the art pieces. Yeah. That one's How by, I think that's also Deco 21. I think that's the name of the artist. Deco 21. Yeah, really nice. I would love to do all that, but honestly, I would like to this is a crazy idea, but if I were to open commissions again, I think it would be really cool to have like something special, like, you know, I'll redraw your character for a cover, you know, where like I take on like the style of the original song, and I make like cover art for that, because I think it's really fun to like mimic a style and like apply maybe a character to that style, you know. I really enjoy doing that because you learn so much when you're mimicking someone. So yeah, it would be really cool. But
sort of a YCH
I don't want to give
concept.
myself more art or more work. Sorry. Yeah.
That would be for after the new outfit.
Yes. Yeah. No more work. No more work.
That's the incentive. That's the reward. All right. Once we get the new outfit done, then you can do all these other things.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Maybe I'll buy myself a nice cake when the outfit comes out. Reward myself in some way. Oh, man, we have so much pictures.
Yeah, no, for some reason,
wow.
studio mode, I put this in as a slideshow, and studio mode doesn't work with slideshows. So as I'm navigating around, even if I'm in studio mode, it still shows the changes. I haven't used slideshows in a while, so I forgot about that.
That's okay.
Here we have the teaser for the new outfit. And not only is it that, we also have a little buddy in there.
Yeah! That's my stream pet. Well, will be my stream pet. He's not very much, you know, he's supposed to come out with the new outfit. But people are very aware of him because he was a reveal in last year's Winter Wonderthon. And his name is Peppy. And he's a little homunculus guy. I love him. He's so cute. There's
not
great.
a single thought behind those eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I love him so much. He is so perfect. He's actually, I guess this is kind of like news, but he's kind of a major he's gonna be a major focal point in one of my covers that I have planned.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's pretty cool. All of my covers, I mentioned this to you in the pre-interview, but I want my covers to not just be me like singing and covering the song, but I also want to be able to like have like tell a story with the music video,
Yeah.
So like I really do like that storytelling thing. I really like it a lot. And I think like music videos are like untapped potential, I feel like. But at the same time, I know how much work a cover is. So I'm not like riffing on VTubers who don't tell like a crazy story with their music video in their cover, right? Because you're already working so hard on just singing the goddamn song, So like, I feel like, having to be like, okay, I'm gonna hire like an illustrator to now illustrate a bunch of pictures for my music video, and then I'm gonna hire someone to like put those pictures together. You know what I mean? It's a lot of work. So that's why I kind of like, I benefit from being an artist because I can just draw them myself. Albeit that causes me to, have more work on my own plate. But I think it's worth it. It might mean that like the covers take longer to happen.
But they'll be to your standards. There'll be something that when they're out, you're able to say, this is what I wanted it to be.
Yes, exactly. Like, I really like that word, like to my standards. Because I feel like I have like, for me, like I take a lot of pride in my work, And I like being proud of the stuff that I put out, not to like a perfectionist degree, though, I'm sure perfectionism does kind of factor into it a little bit. But I really am someone that, sorry, I'm getting a little distracted because I'm looking at Peppy right now.
Entirely understandable. Very reasonable. It is so easy to just get lost in those eyes.
He's so cute. Okay,
I
sorry.
appreciate the uncentered tongue. Please don't fix that.
but yeah. So what the hell was I talking about?
Perfectionism. Things being up to your standards.
Yes. So wow, that's great. Because usually when I ask people that, they're like, "Man, I don't even remember." but yeah. So for me, it's like I really like being proud of my work, And I think like, pride kind of has this like negative connotation, right? Like it's kind of like, oh, it's kind of like snooty or something in that vein. It's usually like a negative connotation, I feel like.
I very much think there is a balance of pride, that you should absolutely be proud of the things that you do. I think the difference is when pride becomes vanity.
Yes, I agree. But you should be proud of your work. You should take pride in what you do, right? Because like then you care. You have like a internal motivation versus like, let's say you only get satisfaction from other people appreciating your work. That's like a slippery slope because now you're just looking for what's the word
validation.
For it? Yes, yeah, exactly. Because like you never know what people are gonna say. I could work on a project for like a month or something, and then like it falls flat, right? But did I enjoy the process? Did I enjoy making it? Am I like at the end of the day when I was finished with it, did I put my hands on my hips and go, yeah, that was pretty cool? I think like it's important to kind of take pride in what you do, and that's what I want. I want to like make a cool music video that I'm like telling a story, right? Whether it's like the lore of Koko Pimento, or maybe it's just like a little funny music video that makes people smile or laugh. I want to be able to do something cool like that. That's like my idea for the covers, if they ever come out, because the outfit first.
Was singing something that you did a lot when you were younger? Were you in anything from chorus, musical theater, anything like that?
Um, I had a cousin who was that person, right? And it's actually pretty funny because I feel like maybe if it was any other person, it would probably turn into like some kind of like internal struggle that they have to overcome like through therapy or something. But I was constantly compared to my cousin, like all the time, where it was like, oh, she sings, she does ballet, she does hip hop, like she was like the golden child, basically.
I'm guessing you're around the same age?
Yes, yeah, we were 11 months apart.
That's when comparisons are always very easy for family members if it's anywhere close to the same age.
Yeah, so like they were always like, she traveled to another country to do this like ballet competition, like all of this stuff.
It's like, okay, yeah, if your cousin's doing that is impressive, to be fair, but also very few people do that. Don't use that as your standard metric.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like, unfortunately, she did burn out, like, in her adult life.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, that it's unfortunate. But but she was that person. She was the one that was like doing a lot of singing and stuff. And it's almost like we kind of swapped roles, really. Like she became like the more like withdrawn individual and I became the more outspoken individual, whereas like our dynamic in our childhood was the complete opposite, right? I was the one kind of like following her around, being like really quiet and stuff like that, and she was the one that was the entertainer for like family gatherings or something, right? But now it's completely opposite. But the thing is, and the reason I wanted to bring that up is because I never felt the need to pursue those things because like that was like my cousin's domain, right? So I never did like singing or dancing. But I think like honestly, the reason why I say I feel like anyone else would have to go to therapy, like I just didn't care.
Good for you. Legitimately
like,
good for you, Koko.
I was like, whatever, man. I always like marched to the beat of my own drum. Like I just did things my own way. If I didn't care, I didn't care. If it even like, I'm not saying like I'm bullheaded or like, stubborn. No, I mean, I am a bit.
You do what you find enjoyable, that you aren't necessarily going to have other folks say that this is something you should do or this is something you should find enjoyable. And that now that something seems to have changed and that singing now appeals to you. And the reason I asked initially was singing something you did growing up. Were you in chorus or musical theater? Was trying to figure out, okay,
where did it come from?
Yeah, where did it come from? That art used to be the thing, and now you have this very particular interest here. And if singing wasn't something that you did, and if anything, it was something that you perhaps not consciously avoided, but that you felt a distinct lack of drive, for lack of a better term. What changed?
Yeah. I mean, for singing, it's actually really interesting because growing up, I was like kind of like only video game OSTs kind of person, where I only listen to like music from a video game. Usually it's instrumental. I mean, right?
I'm in this picture and I'm not gonna say I don't like it, but I'm in this picture.
Yeah, exactly. So like I was like strictly that. And at some point I think I just got like I don't know, I just had like this like period of time where I started to kind of like listen to more pop music, like stuff with vocals, and I enjoyed it. And like I met people who were like-minded in that aspect, and they helped me kind of go down these avenues where I was listening to more music that I typically wouldn't, and I enjoyed it because I'm a very open-minded person. I'll try anything. I'll listen to anything. Like you look at my Spotify, I have like, I think it's like 1,300 songs. liked or something. It's like a
Wow.
disgusting amount. Yeah, and it's like every genre ever, any language, you name it. Like, and I don't know, like, I think singing is fun. I strictly do it, when no one's watching or no one's around, and it's like, or in the shower, But I enjoy doing it. I've done like a few karaoke streams. People liked them, which was, awesome. Imagine doing a karaoke stream where people were like, "Man, that sucked." No, that wouldn't happen. But yeah. So, yeah, just something switched. I'd say maybe even like just 5 years ago. Where it was like, this is cool, and I like to sing, but I never had like the confidence. Like I feel like my my skill level in it is pretty low, and like I said, I kind of have like maybe a little bit of a perfectionism in me, where it's like I hold myself to that standard where I don't want to like output something that I'm not satisfied with, So I think maybe doing like some kind of vocal class or something would be cool. But yeah, seeing like VTubers putting out covers, it definitely gives me that kind of like, inspiration, that push, right? Where you're like, wow, I want to do that. That's awesome, So it's definitely not like something internal. It's definitely a lot of external forces kind of like pushing me along,
Yeah, and I definitely understand and identify with the, I suppose I will say, selective perfectionism, that I'm not a perfectionist in everything that I do, but if there is a project that I'm doing, certain projects are ones where I'm going to be a perfectionist.
Yeah!
For me, one of the big projects every year is my annual charity marathon, and in that, since the second year, I've done a trailer where I have clips from all the guests that are going to appear. I have, a backtrack of some sort, and the first year the first year I did the trailer, which was the second year of the marathon, I think it was some 25 to 30-ish guests. Last year was about 50.
Wow.
And
oh my God! That's a lot.
And I go through my guests' Twitch clips that I go to their channel and just filter, clips from the past year, or I think I do all time because you can only do up to 30 days and then all time, but then I make sure it's in the last year, so it's something recent, and that I look for something that has something fun going on, that it has to be like a good moment, and I only need 2.5 seconds really, because these are pretty rapid fire going with so many people. But all right, if I'm going to give them that 2.5 seconds, it can't just be nothing, or at the very least, I want it to be something that fits with where I put them in the music, and that sometimes I will pair the guest to the moment in the music with, if there's a lyric or if the melody or tone is more emblematic of them, then I'm not going to put the big scary monster VTuber that during the sort of lighter, softer interlude in the song, and vice versa. I'll go in, and if you look at especially this past year's one, I was really proud of it, that I will go in and I will match things on the clip to the beat of the music. That there is one, like, I think it was Congo had a Armored Core clip that I had of his, and I made sure that the big punch was timed exactly to the beat, and that there was another where there was like some big sweeping thing happening in the music, and I timed that to part of the visuals. And all of this stuff is, if you are looking at it with a very critical eye, you might notice it, but for a rapid fire trailer thingy that most people are going to watch all of once or twice, you might not get it. So this is just for me, and I spend a highly inefficient number of hours on this trailer every year. And I know that it is an irresponsible number of hours, but I enjoy it anyways, because at the end of it, it is something that I like, and I go back several times. Even in the past month, I went back and read it, was like, yeah, that turned out really good.
You're like, yeah, that's right. I made that.
because it's what I want it to be. And that, am I going to be that specific and perfectionist in every single thing that I do? No, not really. But for the ones where it matters to me, that I am going to do that. And that for you, your covers and, obviously the outfit, goodness knows, like that doesn't need an explanation of why it's important. But you select the things that you're going to be really particular about.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I think, sometimes you gotta be like a little bit greedy, right? You gotta be like, is this irresponsible? Like, would like, I don't know, like a manager, someone managing your operation, a director, a production assistant, would they like wag their finger at you? Yeah, for sure.
But
they'd
if
be
anything,
like,
I think that recognition is half of it as well, because if you recognize that you are spending more time than you necessarily should, you are also able to make then the informed, educated decision with yourself of, do I care about that? Do I care if this is taking longer? Because sometimes you might stop and say, I'm taking longer than I should have. Do I care that level for this thing? No, okay, I should probably just, let this be okay and move on.
Yeah, let's wrap this up,
But that sometimes you say, it's taking too long, and that's okay on this one, and you keep going. But that, really, just the awareness alone, I think that is more than half the battle.
That's true, because, like, if you have the knowledge, right? Like, you are, like, in tune with the project and with yourself, and like the timetables and everything, like that's already like a really good what's the word for it? It's like a good skill to have, right? You're not just blindly like, oh haha, I'm gonna spend 50 hours and whatever, you know? Like,
but then it's I'm gonna spend 50 hours on this, but I know I have the time, or I know I can make the time, and that I'm not going to spend 50 hours on all these other things because that's not as important as this one particular project or aspect.
Yeah, I gotta say though, like, if I notice that something is timing the beat to a song, like, I'm very particular about that kind of stuff. I love when things are edited to a beat or to, like, important parts of a song. I think they even did it for, like, the Game Awards or something. Like, one of the, like all-encompassing, like, oh, here were all the games.
Yeah, they always have the big orchestral medley and famously Flute Guy every year.
Flute Guy!
What a badass.
Flute Guy.
What a legend.
He's so awesome.
That's one of those people that you can just tell he is living his best life. That he wanted to be a flautist and to have all these different things, and that he was probably initially hired and, okay, cool, the orchestration calls for this type of thing, and that it was... I think on the second or third Game Awards that some smart camera person started seeing, it's like, oh, this guy's just really animated when he plays. But, put the camera on him, cut back to him every so often. And then the internet goes for it, and now he is a centerpiece of that performance every single year, as he should be.
Yes, that's so cool. Like, talk about a guy who just fucking loves, like, playing the flute.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
it's great.
That's so awesome. I'm sure, like, the other people in, like, the orchestra, they're probably like, dude,
you can
guy,
see,
he's fucking sick.
And most of the time, if it's a professional musician, that you can tell, because, whether it's just sort of how they flow to music, and some folks will just sway, especially string players. Goodness knows, certain instruments demand, if not rigid posture, they don't have the allowance, I suppose, for the type of bombastic movements that the flute guy does.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not even a knock on all the others, because some instruments just don't allow it. But hey, this guy realized, oh, I'm able to still perform really well while just jamming out. So why wouldn't I?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's so awesome. God, what a cool guy. I love Flute Guy. Honestly, like, the Game Awards, like, it's not even... like, to see what games come out per se, but I just love streaming the Game Awards because it's so much
great
fun.
Reaction content, like, honestly. That
it's fun.
I watch it every year with my friends. It's not something I've ever streamed here, but
Yes,
that,
yes.
we all watch live and we all react. And
Yeah.
it's just such a fun thing. And say
Mhm.
what you want about Jeff Keighley, he's given us the best video game awards we've gotten, because you think about all the iterations we had over the years, the Spike Game Awards, which I think he was involved in too, and that
Mhm.
for the various faults and fumbles over the years, many of which are not his fault, or at the very least not his fault alone. There's full production teams and other variables, I suppose, that
Yeah.
caused, there was the famous Wrap It Up debacle, and I think that was just
Yeah,
a bit
yeah,
of
yeah.
an overeager stage manager who's probably given a script that said, please make sure that speakers stick to this timeline or something,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
they see this paper that says do that, and that they might be a
And
bit more
they just
rigid,
hit that
and
button.
so they hit the button. It was like, that's what the instructions said. Whereas, okay,
Yeah.
some stage managers might understand, all right, that's approximately what it should be, but if you see them in the middle of a very heartfelt thing, you can give them a little bit of time. We have some wiggle room in the production schedule, and
Yeah, yeah.
this, that, the other.
Mhm.
I still think it's been pretty darn good, or at the very least,
Oh, yeah.
kids these days don't remember how bad it used to be.
Dude,
Dude,
I remember E3.
like,
It was crazy.
not even just E3,
man.
but like video
Like, even
game
before
award shows
E3?
were just like video game award shows, and the
Oh.
different types, whether it was like on Spike or G4 or things, they
Mhm.
were just cringy. It was bad.
I never watched those. I
Don't
think, like,
worry,
the
you
video
didn't
game
miss
awards
much.
is
That at the
No!
very least, there's a semblance of dignity here.
Yeah, I guess so. I couldn't imagine, like, especially, like, Spike. I feel like you got, like,
It-
that it almost sounds like it's, like, edgy
It's
gamer stuff, you know?
It was somewhere between that and how do you do, fellow kids?
Oh, no, really?
Because
That's actually
they are trying to appeal to the gamers in
And they're not
2005.
Oh, yeah, for
And
sure.
that-
Back then.
One of the things that I think we benefit from so many different ways, everything from video games, VTubing, is that
Mhm.
the kids who grew up with the internet and video games are now old enough to be making them and to be in positions of authority and have
Yeah.
context. Whereas
Yeah.
in some fairness and forgiveness to the past generation that made a lot of these how do you do, fellow kids cringy things, they didn't grow up with video games. They didn't have these different
Yeah.
things. So it's going to just be more difficult for them to create something that is going to be truly befitting of the stuff that they're working on, because they
Yeah.
don't have that firsthand experience or context. So they're going to
Mhm.
lean into what do they think the kids like, because that's literally all they have to go off of. And the result is, how do
Yeah.
you do, fellow kids? Because that's what they're trying to do, not even maliciously or demeaningly, but they just
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know. Whereas more people nowadays
Isn't that
know.
crazy? Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because, like, we are in a stage where basically, like, video games have, like, I'm not gonna say they've always been here, but, like, as time progresses, it's always been here. Like, we'll always have someone who's, like, grown up on games.
Yeah, the
That's
number
so
of folks
insane to me.
who have grown up with video games now exceeds the number of those who did not.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Wow. What a time to be alive, honestly. I love that. That's great. Yeah.
Now, that said, you and I, for video games, we actually realized that we both share a deficiency, for lack of a better term, in
Mhm.
certain media, and that's, we don't know a lot of movies, like some really popular ones.
Yes.
I was
Yeah.
mentioning, I didn't see Indiana Jones till I was like 15 when it came up in random conversation with my father that he just hadn't seen. And he sort of looked at me and said,
Mhm.
oh, I feel like I failed as a father. We're gonna go, and actually, this was near the tail end of Blockbuster, bringing it back, and
Oh,
they were like,
really?
all right,
Oh
we're
my
gonna
God.
rent Indiana
That's
Jones 1 through
awesome.
3. It was that, or it might have
Wow.
been like a digital rental, like early days, but I
Mhm,
remember that
mhm.
there certainly wasn't streaming.
Wow. Yes, yeah.
So
Wow, that's crazy. I don't even think I've watched. No, I don't think I've watched any of the Indiana Jones. I mentioned like the Crystal Skull thing. I do remember seeing like that scene at someone's house where
I feel
everyone's
like
melting.
1 and 3 need to be watched. You can skip 2.
Yeah.
You can definitely skip 4. I haven't seen Dial of Destiny. I heard it was fine.
Yeah.
So can't comment on that. But I think 1 and 3, those two, and that 2 really doesn't have anything substantial. They're essentially an anthology, more or less. They don't have this big overarching storyline. It wasn't a designed trilogy per se. So I'd say 1 and 3, that they're a good time. I think they aged relatively well, and that's some good Harrison Ford in his prime.
Yeah, that's cool. I think the only thing like I've watched that's like kind of like what would you call it? Like splunking adventure in a desert thing. Like, have you watched The Mummy?
I saw The Mummy for the first time like 4 years ago to give a sense of how long.
You actually don't watch anything. That's so crazy. I mean, me
Which
too,
is weird, because
mind you.
I did watch a good number of movies. It just so happened that I somehow missed a lot of culturally relevant ones.
Yeah, that's crazy. I remember we had The Mummy on VHS. I probably watched that thing like a lot. It's I don't even remember the actor's name. Is Brendan Fraser? No. Is that his name?
I think it might be right. Dang, because I was just he
I don't
was just in a
remember his
thing
name.
recently. Yeah, okay, it was Brendan Fraser. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I watched that, and there's like a guy who gets eaten alive by bugs or something, and that's kind of like in the same vein of like the Crystal Skull melting all those guys in the.
Melting. That one is original. That's Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, that's not. Okay, so when they pull it's like they pull something out of a chest, no?
Yep, that's them pulling the thing out of the ark, or like opening the ark, and that everyone just dies. Yeah.
Okay. So I must have just been like, oh, they clearly pull out a crystal skull.
Well, they do pull out a crystal skull in Crystal Skull. I couldn't actually tell you what happens with the crystal skull. I don't. Then again, maybe people did die then in that one. If anyone in chat remembers, in my defense, I do clearly remember Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I think people will forgive me for forgetting Crystal Skull because it is basically universally beloved. It was not good.
It's just. Yeah, it's not great. That's fine. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Like, imagine being a child and watching all these guys melt. Like that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Melting
that's crazy.
In particular, I really remember from Lost Ark. I don't know if melting happened with Crystal Skull.
Okay. The
but it was
Skull
freaky and like
UFO.
Like the eyeballs sort of falling out of one guy's skull. That was definitely Lost Ark.
That is crazy. Like, I don't know. Like, imagine like someone's parent being like, "Hey, like, let's watch."
Yeah, Kazrock in the chat mentioning, imagine being a child that, oh, it's this fun little adventure thing with Harrison Ford, the guy from Star Wars, and Star Wars, for all it is not a very violent series. There's effectively no blood. The creepiest thing that you really see is some of the monsters, but there's just no gore really at all.
Yeah. Even like the fight with Darth Vader and Old Ben, like in the first episode, like
the guy just vanishes.
Nothing happens basically. Yeah, he just poofs.
And even in the later ones, all right, you see someone get slashed, but these are not gashing bloody wounds that they're like auto-cauterized by the lightsabers. And even when folks get their wrists chopped off, as people in Star Wars are wont to do, they're not bleeding.
They love that.
It's not even as bad as Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah, that's true. Which I don't remember. How many of those are there? The Monty Python? I feel like I've watched
Monty Python is a sprawling thing, that there was a TV series and there was a couple of movies. Holy Grail, which I actually did a script reading of just a couple weeks ago, actually, because that was one of the rewards from the 4th anniversary charity marathon.
Oh, nice.
Which was a lot of fun. But that is a standalone movie. And if you haven't seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail, that's one for a movie night. It's only like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's just
nonstop
gags.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I like that. I've been told that Monty Python has like a lot of dry humor, and I'm like, I dry and like physical humor to it as well. There's a
Oh.
lot of physical humor moments.
Yes,
Is that
and
true?
yes and no. That it's not like super like sarcastic, wry humor all around. There's a good amount of wordplay. It's it's British comedy. It's just British
Okay.
comedy. If you know that general feeling that
Yes.
it's not slapstick, certainly. It's not
Yeah.
gonna be, Three Stooges bonk on the head type of stuff. But it's also not, you need to be like very refined and you need to catch the joke or you'll miss it. That the jokes are very clear.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's a very
Yeah, I should
accessible
probably
movie.
check it
That
out.
I really feel there are jokes that might go over your head if you are under the age of 12. Because there's a good number of innuendos, certainly. But it's not that it's like really highbrow, you need to get to the reference type of humor.
Okay, that makes sense. When you said like, movie or what was it? Like the jokes go over your head if you're below a certain age. It's like immediately
And that's
I was
only
like,
some of them. That's at
Yeah.
worst level of barrier to entry. That there are a couple that would be. My go-to for something like that is Animaniacs. Animaniacs were so good at writing some of these zingers that the 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds would not get, but the parents would.
Yeah.
That's not all the jokes in the Animaniacs. There's plenty of things that anyone's gonna laugh at. So I think that's a really good comparison.
Yeah, I was like, oh, so in my mind, I was like, like Shrek. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Shrek. It's funny because I loved Shrek when it came out, and then I watched it again recently, and no longer being a child, and I was like, oh my god, like this movie actually got funnier, like because now I actually know these
that
jokes.
you can go back and catch those things. It was like, wait a minute. Oh.
Yeah, like when Shrek is like sliding down the railing in trying to escape the castle from the dragon,
and
he's
hits
like
something.
sliding down. Yeah, he hit something, and I was like, oh my god! Like I don't remember this scene at all when I was a kid. I probably didn't even think anything of it, but it was so good. Honestly, fantastic movie. Holy. Yeah. I honestly like I do need to do more movie nights for sure. Cuz there's like Terminator, what was it? RoboCop.
I've
like
seen
a lot
the
of
first
these,
Terminator, none of the others. I've never seen RoboCop.
Yeah. Does he actually do like the thumbs up going down the lava or like he was like in a pool of lava, he does the thumbs. That's the first movie?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's been so long. I think
Don't remember.
But I saw that probably a decade ago. Okay, it was 2. Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
There you go. I never actually saw 2. That I know that scene because it is so iconic.
Yeah. That's the only thing I know. Like, I don't even know what Terminator is about. Is it like some robot man and like a kid's like, hey, robot man, let's go on an adventure? Is that what happens?
More like robot man says to kid, come with me or you will die.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
And or sometime no, at the start it is robot man comes to kill kid. That's right.
Oh my god. What the hell?
He has to save the future, you see. And this kid is a problem for the future. But he doesn't know it yet because time travel.
There's time travel in Terminator?
Yep.
That's crazy. Wow. I'm over here thinking it's like the Iron Giant, you know?
Oh, no.
Iron Giant 2.
Oh, no. So I do not consider this spoiler territory because this is just basic plot structure.
Yeah.
In the future, robot AI construct takes over the world. And this robot was sent into the past to stop that from happening. So it is sent to stop the person who created the program that went rogue and took over the world. And the way to do that is kill them as a child.
Go there when he's like a kid. Yeah. Wow, that's like honestly a cool premise. But so like why he just starts having like this moral dilemma because it's like, you know, killing a child's like
can't fully recall how the turnabout happens because it has been a while. And
that's fine.
Someone in chat, if I'm misrepresenting because I could fully believe that I'm doing something wrong here, please don't hesitate to correct me. But more or less, it is time travel. It's going into the past, save the future type of deal.
Okay. That's pretty cool, honestly.
With Robot Man.
I really just thought it was just like, hi, I found a robot man. Let's do stuff, you know?
No,
and they're like...
it's dark.
Oh, okay. That's I don't know. I guess it makes sense because he's like it's that actor, right? So
yeah, Schwarzenegger, like in like peak Schwarzenegger form.
Yeah, my only I think the only thing I've watched him in is like I don't remember the name of the film. It's him like with Danny DeVito. And they're siblings or something, like long lost siblings.
No
Do you know
idea.
What I'm talking about?
Yeah, I feel like
oh my God.
There's
please chat. Is it called
3
Twins?
Or 4
actually?
Because I know there's one of those with Will Ferrell and somebody else.
The one with. No, see, I immediately thought of Elf, but there is no other person in Elf. It's just him and the guy, the father. But yeah, Arnold was my favorite actor as a kid. That's crazy. Honestly, like, can you give me just a moment? I need to move the curtain a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting flashbangs right now. There we go. Much better. But yeah, so, what was I saying? I lost my complete train of thought.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito movie is called Twins.
Yeah, so basically what happens is like they got separated at birth and I don't know, one of them is like, man, I want to find my twin or like my sibling or whatever. And they like meet up like on like a corner in New York or something. And it's like these two radically different people.
Of course.
And obviously hilarity ensues after that, right? They just do a bunch of, I don't remember anything if I'm going to be honest. It's going to be like me misinterpreting Terminator all over again. People are like, Koko, that was very wrong. Yeah. I don't know anything really about that actor outside of Twins. Even like, honestly, like Will Ferrell, he is like such a prolific actor. But I feel like the only thing I watched him in is like Elf.
It is really interesting to go back and realize just how many things he's been in. And just how few are remembered. And I don't think it's because I don't think it's that 90% of his performances are bad in any way. I think that it's 10% of his performances are freaking iconic and just so good and memorable that it overshadows the other ones that are still entirely serviceable. I don't think he's a bad actor that has had a couple of good performances. I think he's a good actor that has had a couple of lifetime performances.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was like, I don't even remember what like course I was doing or something, but like it was brought up like he is one of those actors that's really good at comedy, right? A lot of comedic actors. But for whatever reason, I feel like comedic actors are really good at being serious, like taking serious roles. Because I saw like a clip of, I don't even remember what movie he did, but he was doing a serious like main character role in a movie. And it was insane. It's like the beginning of the movie, this clip, and it's like him in like a bathroom looking at a mirror or something, and he's kind of having like this internal monologue, and he is just fantastic. Like I'm over here like, this is the elf guy. Like the elf guy is doing this crazy moment right now.
I feel like it's
crazy
easier.
how good they're
I feel like it's easier for comedic actors to go to drama than for dramatic actors to go to comedy.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that for
Because
sure. Because, like, I mean, go ahead.
like,
Sorry, I don't want
Adam
to.
Sandler's had a couple of dramatic roles in that. Obviously, he is known as very much in the same era of Will Ferrell, of just being super,
Yeah.
super comedic. But if you go and watch a couple of Sandler's dramatic performances, he pulls them off. And yeah, Jim Carrey.
Yeah. Oh my god, I love Jim Carrey growing up. Dude, Liar Liar, that shit was crazy. Oh my god, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective? Oh my god, that was so good. I love Jim Carrey. I loved him. That physical comedy is just, he's just so good at it, you know.
Have you seen the Sonic movies?
I watched the first 2. I have not watched the one with Shadow in it yet. But he is great.
Very good.
I can't believe, like, honestly, like, I mean, like, Jim Carrey, it's so unfortunate that I, like, was born so late into his career, because, like, I basically got to, like, an actual age where I could enjoy his stuff, and it's like, he basically doesn't do anything anymore. So it's like, man, that really sucks. But, I mean, the fact that he said, like, oh, this is my last, like, real acting role, and then he was totally down to keep doing, like, the rest of those films. It's just like, holy crap, like, he likes Sonic, man. Like, that's awesome.
It's the only trilogy he's ever done in his career.
What?
And it's only
Wait, really?
the second time in his career the only time in his career that he has ever done a movie twice is Ace Ventura. Prior to Sonic.
Oh my
he had never done sequels prior since Ace Ventura until Sonic, and had never done a third ever. It is just something that he does not like to do, that he always wants the next big thing, and that, like you said, he had prolifically stated, I'm retiring, they'll need to come to me with a script penned in gold to even consider it, and I guess they gave him a script penned in gold, or that, or pulled a very large dump truck of money that he, with however much he has earned over his career, still said. But also, without giving spoilers, they gave him a lot in that film that it would not be unreasonable to say that he is the main character of the movie in some ways. That
that's cool.
He's given a lot to work with, and in my opinion, well, one, they've set things in a way that they probably won't have him back. And I feel like they couldn't, because they did so much in this one that anything else will just seem underwhelming by comparison. Like, maybe a cameo, like a one-off appearance line, just to be oh, there he is, and there he goes. But I don't think they could have him be a character of any substantial part in the future. I think this was his true ride off into the sunset.
Wow, that's awesome. That's cool. Like, it's kind of like, you know, he had a movie quite a long time ago. I'd say, like, even like 10 years ago. It was like Professor Popper Penguin, something like that, where he's like, he basically has penguins in an apartment, and he has to take care of them. It's something like that. And
I have not seen that one, but it sounds like something he would do.
Yeah, it's more serious, I would say. Like, obviously there are still comedic tones in it, but like, it's crazy, because before I watched that movie, like, I just remember him from my childhood. So, like, you know, you have that, like, moment where it's like, oh my god, you know, the progression of time. Like, you have that, like, oh god, he's so old now, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, it is crazy. Professor Popper's Penguins? I can't believe I actually
Mr. Popper's Penguins.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was close. I was close to the name. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, he has aged so much. And I mean, that's fine and all. I probably will be extremely depressed when he,
How old is he? He is 63.
Oh, he's not even that old. Okay.
He's just he's rough around the edges. He's certainly more wrinkly than he used to be, but very hopefully he has a good number of years ahead of him.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say like he's like 75. I was gonna start like panicking.
No. I thought he was closer to 70 than to 60 myself.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, good for him. He's done a lot in his career, so I'm very happy. But yeah, like those those comedy actors when they do that like serious role, like for instance, have you watched Severance at all?
No, but I've heard good things.
The main actor, do you know the main actor? I don't remember his name. But the only thing I've seen him in outside of Severance is like comedic roles. And he is fantastic. Like, without spoiling anything whatsoever, every single actor, and I don't know if it's because they just had a fantastic director or something like that, they're so good at acting as their characters, acting like making everything seem just so real because it's like the way that they are portraying the scene and everything going on. They're so perfect. Like it's so hard to describe. Like
sometimes you just see a performance where most professional performances, if something has made it to TV or if something is getting a mainstream theatrical release, it's going to be good, baseline good. Mm-hmm. Yes, a couple of stinkers get out there, but more often than not, it's going to be in this large middle of the ground band where it's just, this is solid. There's nothing taking me out of it. But sometimes you see something where you're almost taken out of it because it's like, wow, this is really good.
Exactly. It's like you're taken out of it in a good way. Like you almost like step back and you're like, how are they doing this? Like, this is crazy, Like, that's awesome. That is so cool to me. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, when, and this is not related to Severance, but I will give an example of something else. But like, when an actor basically pulls one over you in the sense of like, their character is lying, like putting on a farce or a face, and like, they are acting in a certain way, and you're kind of like, oh, I don't know, this seems kind of fake, like the way they're acting. Like, it almost makes you think like, oh, this actor's not doing a really good job right now. But then like...
Then it turns out
their character later, was lying. It's like, the character was just lying. And it's like, oh my God, like, it's so crazy. I feel like I'm so bad at acting. Like, like a tabletop RPG scenario or D&D, right? You kind of have to play your character a little bit. Like, I'm Scrimblow Blimblow. I'm gonna go on an adventure. I'm so bad at that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I can talk a lot, but when it comes to like taking on a character and then like there's so much cringe that goes through my body. Like, I know it shouldn't be like there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I know this, right? Like, we're all just hanging out. We're all just being characters in this adventure. But like, for whatever reason, there's like this huge mental roadblock for me where I absolutely cannot like get into the character at all. Like, I'm so bad at it. But so that's why I'm always so impressed by like when an actor is just so into the role and they can pull it off so effortlessly that it does take you by surprise. I love that.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And a couple of those for me, and one of another actor that is known for a lot of comedic things, but this is a very serious one. God, it's weird to think that this is an older movie now. I don't like this. Have you ever seen The Social Network?
No, but if you told me like a synopsis of it,
it's the story of the founding of Facebook.
Ah, yes, I know of it. I think I've seen a scene of it. Yeah.
It's Jesse Eisenberg as Mark Zuckerberg, and Jesse Eisenberg, usually known for more comedic stuff, and that he got an Oscar nomination for that one because the performance was so good, and that was one that just top to bottom, everyone like. You had, what was his name? He was from, why am I forgetting Backstreet Boys' name? It's the one that's the actor, and he's actually pretty good.
There's an actor from Backstreet Boys.
Or was it In Sync?
Wait, really? An actor came out of one of those boy bands?
This is gonna bother me now. I need to double check. Justin Timberlake. Thank you. Yes.
Wait, Justin Timberlake's an actor?
Justin Timberlake's been an actor for longer than he was in Backstreet Boys, and he's not bad.
Oh my god, that's so crazy to me. This is insane right now.
But it's Jesse Eisenberg, Andrew Garfield, who would then go on to have the unfortunate run as Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, yeah.
Armie Hammer.
Wow. Yeah.
And just a bunch of others. Musicals, Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, who have won Oscars and other things. It's Aaron Sorkin and David Fincher. It's such a good movie. And, obviously, the topic of Facebook is a very big thing, and there's a lot of baggage that comes with that. But as a film, it's one of those that's just a very tightly written film, and the performances are off the charts. It's really, really good.
I think the only scene I saw was like when they're sitting in like an office with like legal representatives.
They have
cut
like, in a ways to that throughout the movie that the whole thing is them retelling it while in the middle of legal proceedings, that they are going through sort of the discovery process. So there's probably a dozen different scenes that happen in that little office. But there's several in there that are rather iconic,
That's so cool. What a clever way to tell a story. Wow. How really clever. Good. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I saw his performance from like one of those scenes. I was like, holy, like it feels so real. It just feels like some like little, like, I'm not gonna say little kid, but like a young adult that's like kind of just like blindsided by everything that's going on. It's
a guy who is, with no offense intended, slightly autistic. That it is, just, but it's done incredibly respectfully. But that he's one of the things, and one of the more iconic scenes is just, I'm giving you the minimum amount of attention that he's asked. Are you paying attention? It's like, no, I'm thinking about things back at the office. Because right now, this is a waste of my time. You are wasting my time. I'm giving you minimum attention because I don't think you deserve it.
Wow, that's so cool. Holy man. Honestly, it just sounds like every actor should start with comedy first and then
and then move into drama.
And then move into serious stuff. Yeah. I mean, it takes a specific person to be able to do comedy, I think. But like those people that can pull it off, great.
There's a film that you and I both know that is very comedy based, where all the performances there very strong across the board, very comedic, and that a number of them have gone on to be mainstream Hollywood names for doing everything from action to drama to some comedy, because Scott Pilgrim's just one of the best casts ever fucking assembled.
Hell yeah, dude. I actually learned of Chris Evans through Scott Pilgrim, actually.
It was before he was Captain America. It was before Brie Larson was Captain Marvel.
Oh, that's so crazy. Actually, yeah, I fucking loved Scott Pilgrim for sure. That shit's like my childhood. Like when I think I told you this, but like I owned the DVD for it, and I just played that on my laptop all the time. Back when laptops had DVD
when they had
players.
DVD players, I miss that.
Yeah, they don't have that anymore. That's crazy.
That's one thing I really dislike when I built PC. It's like, oh, if I want a DVD player, I'm going to buy a new laptop that I need to get an external disk drive. That's dumb.
Yeah, like what's up with that? Like, I'm just gonna carry a disk drive with me everywhere I go? That's lame. Yeah, that's so lame. What are you filling that with? Graphics card?
I guess.
Make it a little bit thicker, why not? You know? Oh my god. Actually, I know we just talked about Scott Pilgrim, but like, we can get back to that in a second. The fact that everything needs to be as thin as possible really pisses me off. Like, have you heard of like, oh my god, the thinnest Android has released the thinnest phone
We went too far. That
I don't care.
All right, rewind 25 years. Yes, things were big, bulky, couldn't fit in your pocket, were not easy to fit in a backpack, and they needed to be thinner. Yes, there was a time where it being thin and something that you could easily have in your pocket or easily put into a backpack was a genuine feature, and that was good development. And then they just kept going, and they kept going, and they didn't stop.
BlackBerry was a good width, I think, you know? Even like the original, maybe not the original iPhone. I don't even remember what the original iPhone looks like, but like maybe like the third iteration, like it was pretty thick still. Like the iPhone 5? Like the iPhone 5 is
somewhere around there, width. My big standard is it carryable? That, like I say, is it going to fit in the pocket? Is it going to fit in a backpack? Is it going to be something that I can easily put in a carry-on suitcase? That's the standard I hold. I don't need it to be, like, when we go from 20 to 15 millimeters for a laptop, that doesn't matter to me. That's not making a functional difference in how I use or how I store this object.
Yeah, exactly. What happens if you accidentally sit on one of those objects? Like you're...
Because, yes, exactly. Naturally, at a certain point, you're...
Yeah.
While you decrease the width and the mass and such, you're going to naturally increase fragility. And
it's too, like, I don't understand. Like, I guess maybe it's just like they have to have like some kind of selling point. Let's try and make it like the thinnest one yet. It's like, okay, that's cool. Like, okay, so for instance, I'm using a flip phone right now. So like, or sorry, not a flip phone, sorry, a folding phone. Or no, folding implies it's the one that you open up and it's like tablet sized. That's not what
I know what you mean. You're not using a Nokia flip phone. Well, actually, it might be because they still have Nokia phones, but you're not using the classic Nokia flip phone that we all had back in the day. But that flipping is back. It's a thing again.
Yeah, I remember my dad had the Motorola flip phone. I think the OG Razor, where it was like, "Hello, Moto," and then it did like that little jingle, you know. Man, I remember that. That was awesome. My current phone is actually a Motorola Razr Plus. That's what they call it.
Ooh, fancy.
But it's nice. Like, honestly, it's thick when it's closed, right? I'd say it's probably like half an inch, maybe almost an inch thick, maybe, with the case, of course. And but it's so portable because of how small it is. It's so compact. And I love that about this phone, because it's like, I don't need the phone to be like paper thin and then like super tall or super wide. Like, how is that gonna fit like my pockets, you know? Women's pockets on their pants is a travesty, okay? Most people have to put it in their like the ass pocket because it's big enough.
I don't know why ass pockets exist. Because if something's in there, it's not comfortable to sit, and also just, I feel like you can't put a phone there, because if you sit on it, that's the easiest way to break your phone. Why would you ever do that?
You know how many times like I've gone in a car and I've sat on my phone? It's like an incredible amount of times. Like, thank God there is a cover or a case on these phones, because like they probably snap in half from the amount of times I forget. But yeah, like, I don't want the paper thin. Just make it small. Make it like the size of, like, I'd say this phone is like slightly bigger than the palm of my hand when it's closed. So compact and small. I love it so much. It's got a ways to go though. I think I hate the camera on this thing. It's absolutely, I might as well be using like a phone from 2010, you know, with the kind of camera quality it has.
I think you have the phrasing right though. We don't need thin. We just need compact.
Yes, I would like that. Because for me, like when I actually use the phone, I open it. So then it becomes like a regular sized phone. And I like that. I think we should have more innovation. We should make like different kinds of phones again. Like, you know how crazy things were back like, what, 2012, 13 even? Like, we were having like weird ass phones coming out, like all kinds.
They were adventurous back in the day, especially when it came to early smartphone design. And then it all started, as
Just
designs are
unifying.
wont to do, sort of streamlining. And to be fair, some of these experimental designs were entirely impractical, and they were just silly. And that you would see the commercials and be like, I'm not buying that junk, that's dumb. But it was entertaining to see that they tried, but at the same time, all right, the companies realized, oh, yeah, these are dumb.
Yeah, why is no one buying my circular, like, round phone? That's crazy.
Why is nobody buying this arched phone that, yes, it does have sort of the contour to the face, which makes it perhaps a little more comfortable to hold, but putting into a pocket completely impractical.
Oh my god, yes. Yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, I think like those thin ass phones, something else. And like the hard drives too. Like even like if you pre-buy a PC case, they don't come with my current PC does not come with a disk drive, which is absolutely insane. Like, but like, why? Like, the tower's so big.
Yeah, just
put the drive in there, you know? Like, how much does it really cost for the disk drive part? Like 20, 25 bucks, 50 bucks max, I'm assuming. It can't be possibly that much money to put the thing in there.
Let's see. Disk drive PC. I'm seeing $40, $20. That one's $7 from Walmart. I don't know if I trust that one. That seems a little bit too cheap.
That one's gonna scratch up your disc while reading it.
That's $105, but that's also a Blu-ray writer, not just a drive. So that's being excessive. You know, $20, $45, $30. It's not that expensive.
Yeah, so I was in the right ballpark. I think like I mean, I understand like the appeal is not there, but I'm actually like a huge advocate for like a video game and like just like preservation in general, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think you should buy physical stuff as much as you can, right?
Yes.
To be fair though, when I don't care about a game but I buy it anyway, I do buy it digitally. But every single Pokemon game I buy physical. Basically.
Absolutely.
Like
That
I
if
have
it is a
to,
console
no
game, if it's on the PC, you know, very few
The
games on PC are released on disc nowadays. I cannot remember the last time that something that was on Steam but not on a console had a PC disc release. That's just sort of where we are. But if it's available on Switch or something else and there's a physical one, I want the physical one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I mean, now they're making it to where, you know, you don't even have the full game on like the physical object, which is unfortunate.
Fortunately,
but even then, like, it's okay a little bit.
Fortunately, it might be a short-lived thing because apparently the sales of the digital game cards have been doing rather poorly. So
that's good.
One of the things that
very happy.
Sometimes it is difficult for people to vote with their wallet, but I think it is difficult for people to vote with their wallet if they are given no other option. If it's, we are releasing this game in a code card and nothing else. People aren't going to not buy the game to vote with their wallet out of protest of the format. But at current time, at the very least, they are releasing, you know, there's the code card for $10 less than the full game card, and that people are paying that extra $10 and saying, no, we don't want the code card, and that apparently some distributors are being left with large stocks of those. So I hope that keeps up, because
that's awesome.
Like,
yeah, that's ridiculous. Honestly, like, to me, like, I don't have the space for like shelves and stuff like that. But, you know, if there comes a future, like, it would be cool to be like, you know, those awesome, like, super nerd, like, pictures where it's like they have just like the wall is just a massive shelf full of like stuff. Like that's awesome to me. I love that. And it would be cool even for like films that I love, you know, games obviously. I would love it for books as well. I think like if you really like something, you should have something physical for it because you never know, right?
Yeah.
Like the PlayStation Store could go down, the Nintendo eShop could be dead, you know, and then you lose like your DS like dies, you know, and you have to get a new DS. I mean, God bless your soul if your DS dies and you try and get a new one now. Yeah. That's gonna be very hard. But yeah, I think like preservation is like so important in this day and age. We need to try as hard as possible to like kind of like what you said, like vote with your wallet, where hey, if this, you know, maybe digital first thing comes out and then they come out with like a physical later on and the physical does really well, like people are buying it like crazy, like let's say, you know, even that is like, oh, okay, so there's a demand for this.
The
so
trouble
we can
becomes
start doing that. Yeah.
The trouble becomes if the physical is released on a delay, that a lot of the diehard fans are going to say, I want to play this game at release. And even if I know the exact date that the physical is coming out, but it's 2-3 months from now, so even if it's 2-3 weeks from now, if I'm a diehard fan of this game, I don't want to wait 2 or 3 weeks, so I'm going to buy the digital. And even if I'm a diehard fan, am I really going to buy the game a second time, which is probably going to be more expensive the second time for the physical, if I've already played the game just to send the message that I do want physical? That's when it's rough, because I'm not going to expect that. I don't think I'm necessarily going to do that. And from the corporate side, that's when they get misrepresentative data, because they then release these physical ones after the fact, and they're like, well, nobody really bought it. And that they don't always take into account, all right, well, this was after the initial release, and that all the diehard fans who would have paid that premium for the physical bought the thing early because they are diehard fans and they love your game and they want to play it at release. But few are going to be incentivized to actually buy it twice. And that's one of the things.
True.
It just, like, in a lot of ways, sometimes I majored in business and things, and that I don't think I'm the smartest person out there, but that I think of things on the business side of, okay, businesses rarely do something that they know is stupid. They will do stupid things, absolutely, but they do stupid things because they have bad data or make a very misguided assumption. And it's the question of, okay, what was it that in the boardroom they looked at this and said, oh, given this data under this lens with this assumption and these restrictions of business, because either development time, material costs, shipping, whatever, that we think that this is the smartest and most efficient move for us. And that then sometimes as the consumers, we go, what the hell were you thinking? How could you possibly think that this was a good idea? That I love sort of trying to reverse engineer and figuring out, okay, what would lead me to this being a good idea? What would make me think that this was a good idea? Because I don't think that people make intentionally bad decisions very often. I don't know, but there's so many instances of that where they get just bad data, or they do things in a sequence that doesn't allow them to get good data or to get representative data.
Yeah, I think, it's it is not black and white for sure. Especially like, let's say they came out with the physical like way too close to like the release of like the digital, for instance. I think like, let's say, I don't know, I'm sure Expedition 33 has already done this, but like, let's say theoretically for like the 1-year anniversary, they made like a physical collector's edition.
Special edition, Game of the Year edition or whatever.
Yeah, I think people would probably be like, oh, especially with the kind of like cult following that Expedition 33 has, for good reason. I haven't played entirely all of it, but I have gone pretty far. maybe actually
If they
like
were to
kind
put
of
in some
5 hours
physical stuff,
into
that
it.
it couldn't just be, all right, here's the disc in a box, but
Oh
you know,
no, like a some kind of like incentive as
yeah,
well. I
either
think
all
it
right,
would do
there's
well
a
for sure.
figure, or this is
Oh
a
yeah,
steel
yeah.
book with an art book bundled in.
Yeah, yeah, that
I
would
think an
be
art book for
cool.
that game would actually do really well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the art direction in that game is actually just absolutely insane. But yeah, I think like I was gonna say something and I totally forgot. But honestly, like I remember there was like a little stint, like I would say maybe like 2 years, where things were coming out on Epic before Steam. It would take like Steam like a year for the game to come out on that platform, right?
Mm,
And I'm an individual. I don't like having multiple like digital platforms, right? I just want to be able to open like one platform, look at my whole library, and be like, okay, this is my all the games that I have, you know, in case I want to play a certain something. But the fact that a lot of these games like were coming out or were like Epic platform first, it was kind of like I'm not gonna buy the game. Like I actually voted with my wallet. I was like, I'm not buying Borderlands 3 because Borderlands 3 was one of those games that just came out to Epic, and it was like a whole year until it came out on Steam. And I refused. I didn't want to. I did not like the idea that like the platforms were buying the games. You know what I mean?
buying,
Like, there was
that they were getting exclusivity, and that
yeah, they were buying like
yeah.
exclusivity. I
Mhm.
didn't like that. You know, like that was not cool. And thankfully, it seems like it stopped. It seems like that doesn't really happen anymore. I don't know if this is like a thing with Monster Hunter. I have no idea because I'm pretty new when it comes to like the Monster Hunter series. But Monster Hunter had like, and I think this might be a completely different instance, but Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter
Wilds is the new one.
It's the one right before Wilds.
World, I think.
No, in between World and Wilds. I don't remember what it's called.
Chat help, because Wilds is the first Monster Hunter game I played, and I very much enjoyed it.
Oh yeah,
You know, like
you liked it? What weapon did you play with?
light crossbow, or light bowgun rather.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, especially in that game where you can be on the sacred and just firing away at the monster.
Oh, I was almost never on the sacred because it just completely slashed your fire rate.
Oh, did it? I had no idea. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm the coward who's just sort of sitting back and pointing and pulling the trigger. I play on controller, not keyboard. I don't know if that makes me
I think most
basic or not. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's normal.
Yeah, I did not trust myself enough to get timing down for the broadsword or for the hammer. I got into using what was it? I think it wasn't insect blades.
Oh my god, insect blade is a difficult one.
Yeah, it's not that one. Rise, thank you. Thank you,
Rise is the game.
Maniac, yeah. What's the one where it's just sort of the dual blades and moves really fast, and that once you get a wound that you can sort of
and
zip
he travels
line.
across the body?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
gonna
dual
bother
blade.
me. Oh, is it just called dual blade?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that might be it, because I haven't played in a couple months.
That one's sick. I love dual blades. I think for certain, like, I just, in Wilds, I have, like, water dual blades. So anytime the boss is weak to water, I just equip those and go nuts. I love it. When I first started playing, my first game was Worlds. And I also was a coward. I played with Gunlance. That was my main in Worlds.
That was my
I was
one,
just
like, I tried Gunlance for a while, just couldn't quite get it, and I also had more frequent crashes with it.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I couldn't dodge to save my life. Honestly, like I was so bad at it. So I would just put the shield up and like poke the boss, and then do the wyvern fire blast. Yeah, that one was cool. But yeah, I think after like playing Elden Ring and then playing like all the subsequent games that came out. Well, not came out, but like I went backwards really. I started with Elden Ring and then I went I think I went after Elden Ring, it was probably Bloodborne. And then I went to Sekiro. And then I did Elden Ring DLC. So I started I was starting to understand that kind of like slow, methodical like fighting style where like, you know, there is the weight of the weapon with each attack, right? I was very much more used to like those action games where it's just like, you know, like just hacking away. There's no weight, there's no like oomph to it. And also like the dodging and telegraphed like movements of the bosses and stuff. Like that really helped me out so much when Wilds came out. So my main is actually Switch Axe. I really like Switch Axe. Huge fan. I enjoy that weapon a lot. I know like there's the other one, the Charge Blade one. That one's apparently notorious for being incredibly difficult to master. But I don't know. I'm kind of like on the fence about that kind of stuff. But yeah, so Rise was the one I was talking about. And Rise came out on the Switch first. And I think it took a whole year for it to come out on Steam.
Oh.
And I bought it on the Switch because I was so excited for it. And I had a lot of friends who were going to play it. And then it came out on Steam. I bought it on Steam too. So
that at least makes sense because I'm assuming it's not cross-platform, and Monster Hunter is such a collaborative game that you're going to be...
Yeah.
At that point, you're buying it again not because, oh, I feel like I need to support it, or because I really want to necessarily play through the campaign again. My guess is it was because you wanted to play with your friends.
Yes, yes. And there were some people who did not play it on the Switch, either because they just weren't aware of it or whatever.
Or didn't have a Switch or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like I was able to play it with them and it was cool. Like I don't know if you have like a game like that where you're like you really like this almost multiplayer game and then like someone takes an interest in said multiplayer game you're really good at or you're just really familiar with. It's like the best feeling ever. You're
I do because it is a game that for years I've said on this very show that I was begging and pleading and just dreaming of a day when there might be a port of it. I dared to hope for a port, let alone, you know, I never thought there would be a sequel to the game, but it was a game that I played with friends many, many hours as a kid, and that was just telling people this is one of the most fun multiplayer experiences you will have. It is so different from other things. And boy, I would pay full price just to have the multiplayer of this game available online. And that in a couple of months, we are going to get it. And I'm warning everyone in advance, I will not be shutting up about Kirby Air Riders.
Wait, what's it called? Kirby Air Riders! Wow!
I love Kirby Air Ride. That was the game that just, I would sing its praises and bemoan the fact that there was no way to play it with people online and that I wanted to share this thing and be like, even if you just, you know, just freaking emulate it. Freaking emulate it because Nintendo's never re-released it anywhere. You know, find it, play it, even if it's just locally with some friends or something. But when Air Riders comes out in November, it's going to be sort of like open call of like, hey, anybody want to do City Trial? City Trial's so fun, and I'm so excited that they were giving it this full release. That 45-minute direct they had, I think was very important because it introduced people who didn't know Air Ride to Air Ride and explained why it's not Mario Kart, which I think was
I was
the
just
biggest
about
risk.
to ask you what the difference is because I didn't
watch the
that.
direct. I will just look it up. That whole thing is designed exactly to explain the difference and show what makes the game. And I think Sakurai has a couple of very key lines in it. One, the game is not about the races. It's not about the races. And City Trial is the primary mode of that game.
Okay. That is interesting. Then what is it about? Like just like defeating
City Trial
people?
is basically you are put into this large city arena type thing for 5 to 7 minutes was the limit on GameCube. I don't know. They haven't shown what the limit will be on this, but that you go around and you are collecting upgrades, getting different machines is the term, but different racing stars and whatnot. And that then at the end of that, you are put into some sort of mini game. Sometimes it is a race. Sometimes it's a battle royale type of thing. Sometimes it's, all right, you want to get your machine and there's targets that you need to hit. And it's a party game. That it is a party game that is built on top of racing game mechanics. But the other thing is it is the simplest racing game ever. Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube has one button. You don't press anything to accelerate.
Yes.
You automatically
I
accelerate.
That.
And that you just press and hold. It would be A, R, or L that you even had the options of whatever your singular input was to basically bring yourself to a halt, which would be how you turn corners or how you change directions, different things like that. And they have doubled the complexity in Air Riders. There are now 2 buttons. And oh boy, barrier to entry is real high now, folks. And the second button is just for a special attack. They haven't really explained the full mechanics, but more or less it is still as simple as ever. And it's so much fun. It's so
That's awesome. Wow, I can't believe it. You're actually, man, you must have been like absolutely
I was
hopping out of your chair when you got that.
I was tearing up, Coco.
What? That's so awesome.
Because earlier in the same presentation, they had unveiled the GameCube Virtual Console. I forget the exact term, but that part of Nintendo Online was now going to have GameCube games. And they showed like Pokemon Coliseum and a bunch of other things, Chibi Robo and whatnot. And I was in a Discord chat with my friends, and I said, "Give us Kirby Air Ride, you cowards!" And they
you were already on the mind.
And they didn't have it, and I was just like, "Man, well, maybe they'll add it eventually." And then some 20 minutes later, they show that, and I'm the one before the reveal that was like, Kirby was like, "Wait, no, they aren't.
No way.
They're not doing the thing." It's like, and as soon as the engine showed up, I was just like over the moon. I was rewatching that 30, 45-second trailer all day long.
That's so awesome, man. Good for you. That's great. I don't know if I've had that kind of like that revival moment where you're like, oh my god, this game's finally
Air Ride really was one of like 2 or 3 games. It just a short list of things that I really wanted. And I know the other one's never, ever, ever going to happen because the other one is Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. And nobody knows Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. Sega continues to deny the existence. Put Billy Hatcher in Sonic Racing. Put Billy Hatcher in Sonic Racing, you cowards.
Yeah. The only reason I know him was because of like a McDonald's promotion.
Oh my gosh. Even I forgot about that.
The only reason I even know about that is because of that McDonald's promotion.
It was just a really good platforming puzzle game. It was just different, interesting mechanics. It's not the best thing that Sonic Team has ever put out, but it was really fun and different. But Sonic Team, understandably, made more money making Sonic than Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. It was not very successful commercially.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. But hey, at least you got...
I got Kirby Air Ride.
You got Kirby Air Ride. Nice. Good for you.
Is there something that is on your wish list of just like... It doesn't matter how realistic that whether it would be a reboot, a long-time sequel, or just a port of something that is big classic for you. Doesn't matter if it's multiplayer or single player.
That's a tough one. Honestly, the the first 2 games I ever played was from a hand-me-down Super Nintendo that had 2 games. It was Donkey Kong Country, and the other one was a game called Rocky Rodent. And honestly, when I debuted, the first game I ever played was Donkey Kong Country, I'm pretty sure. I remember the second game right after it was Rocky Rodent.
I've never heard of Rocky Rodent.
It's actually it's extremely difficult, but I feel like in that era, games were just like
as was the style at the time.
Yeah, exactly. They had like, it was one of those games where it's like if you game over 3 times, the whole game reset. So, but there's like
that. I hate that so much.
Yeah, it's one of those old ass ones. But
God, I'm looking up right now. Look at these weirdos. Oh my God, this looks like one of those. Like this looks like what was supposed to be a edgy Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah, he you know those games where I think there was like kind of like a stint online this past week where it was like, what game terrified you as a child? And this game terrified me because when he died, it made this super loud sound effect. It was like extremely loud and sudden. Like the moment he died, that really loud sound would happen and it would scare me. And then if you got a game over, his body would be on the ground and then there would be like a choir playing, like a bunch of people start singing a hymn or something, and his ghost leaves his body. There's a ray of light from heaven above, like shining on his corpse, and the ghost kind of ascends through the ray of light.
Extra with this death animation.
Dude, it was so scary. Like, I was terrified of losing, so I got really good at the game. But I
don't want this rodent to go to heaven, mommy.
Yeah, it was scary. I remember crying every time like I had a game over because it was just so scary to me. And honestly, they'll never come out with. Honestly, I don't know how I would be terrified to see like a remake of this game because I think like the pixel style is actually really well done. It's detailed. There is a stage where you're basically in like a never-ending apartment, and there is a top floor to the apartment, and it almost feels like, I don't have a way to describe it, but it's kind of like, you know, the 2D Sonic games where there's a lot going on the stage, but there is a clear path how to end the game, right? And it's kind of like that where it's like this apartment's huge and there's so much extra stuff you can do. It's very cool, and the apartment kind of has like these, there are some horror elements sprinkled in, like you can run into a room with a piano in it, and if you walk too far into the room, the piano starts hopping up and down, but like with weight to it, like it hits the ground, it's like boom,
it shakes the
boom.
stage.
And then after 3 jumps, it falls through the floor, and there's like a carpet on the floor, so it's pulling everything in the room into the hole, including you, right? So if you're not careful, you can fall into that hole, and I don't remember if you die or if it takes you like to a floor below.
Room, yeah.
But it's so like, it's like those little things. There's like, you can run into like a room like in one of the apartments where it's like a bathroom, and if you walk in far enough towards the shower, there's like someone in the shower, and like she like yelps and stuff, and it's like, it's just so charming. Like it really is like just an absolutely fun game. I would definitely recommend it if you're ever like looking for like a Super Nintendo game to play. There is a cheat code to give you infinite lives, which is very nice. I don't know if it works. I feel like, I don't remember. Actually, no, there is a cheat code for infinite
Probably
lives.
Was. Once again, as was the style at the time.
But the way I beat the game on stream was I actually used save states on the emulator. I was like,
that is such a wonderful feature added on the Switch. Like, what a quality of life thing to just be able to have that.
Oh, it's fantastic. Like, I don't like using it too much because, you know, I do love a good challenge. I'm someone with like a really high frustration tolerance. So like I'll bash my head into the wall until like the wall comes down, you know, however long that will take, right? So for me, it's like I would rather not give myself the easy way out because I feel like it would diminish how much fun I would have with the game.
Yeah.
Right.
But at the same time, there's some games where things are a bit excessive, like Rocky Road, and you have to restart the entire game. All right, put the save state at the start of the level or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even like they do have like checkpoints throughout the game. So like even if you die, but it's not a game over, you do go back to that checkpoint. But yeah, like even with like the game over, it puts you at the start of the level. And then 3 game overs is like the start of the game. Like absolutely insane stuff. But a very fun game for sure. Honestly, the other one that I had on the Super Nintendo was what was it called? It's the one, maybe you know it. It used to be like an arcade game too, I believe. It's the one where you're a spaceship, but it's like a little platform at the bottom of the screen, and there's blocks on top, and you're bouncing like a ball into the blocks to destroy
Breakout?
them. No, it was a different one. It had like an Atari face guy, like a blocky face man as like a boss in one of the later levels. I can't remember. Do you know what I'm talking about? I can't remember.
This blocky face guy is an assist trophy in Smash, I think.
Yes, mayhaps. Yes, if we're thinking about the same guy. I can't remember the name of it though. It was really good because it had like when you would break the block, sometimes like a power up would fall to the screen, fall down, and if you like moved your slider over, it was a very like typical, I guess, genre of the time. Like because Bubble Bobble almost kind of had the same style, except Bubble Bobble was more like you aimed and shot upwards, which I guess is not the same, but yeah, I can't remember the name of it. It was probably like it was like some kind of like small name. Maybe even had numbers in it. I don't know. I
Andros?
can't remember. Oh, wait, maybe. Let me see. I gotta Google it.
I literally just looked up Smash trophies because I knew I'd recognize it from that.
Oh, no, this is Star Fox.
Oh, that's right.
No, that's Star Fox. Wait. Let me do SNES. This is gonna be so hard. Block breaking game. What was it called? Oh my god, Arkanoid! Yes!
Arkanoid, okay.
Arkanoid.
Thank you, Tonpyeon.
Holy crap, thank you. Arkanoid. I was close. I said Noid, but Noid is isn't that the Domino's guy?
God.
Yeah, it was Domino's.
Wait, you're right. That along with other iconic Domino's mascot, Miku Hatsune.
Hey, now we're talking, man. Those guys, peas in a pod, you know, anime girl and freak of nature.
Little freaky sidekick dude.
Yeah. Yeah, Arkanoid, man, that was such a good game. I really liked Arkanoid. It's one of those games that almost has like endless levels. I think I got to like level 100, past level 100. Very cool though, super awesome. I don't know how many levels there are in that game, but I loved Arkanoid. Huge fan. If you have not played it, I've even seen it at like those local arcade places, despite, you know, arcades being kind of like a thing of the past. But I've seen Arkanoid at them. Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
Arcades are a thing of the past. Now it's barcades.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah, barcades are making a resurgence, which makes sense because the age group
people are old enough to drink.
Yep, they have grown up, so that is pretty cool.
But also,
yeah,
I'm fine paying a $10, even $15 cover charge for unlimited games. I think
oh my
just
god,
in general,
it's so
people prefer that than
nice.
having to put quarters into a machine.
Yeah, I actually went to a barcade that had quarters. And I was like blown away. Like that was insane. They even had like the push coin, like machine. So they're like, hey, and they put it right next to the machine where you bought the. Oh, we got a raid.
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
We
Myrmidon.
finally got the raid from Myrmidon. That's someone I know. Hello, welcome.
Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with Koko.
Hello, hi. This time the actual raid. But
I feel like I don't need to fully introduce everything to them since they were here in some capacity earlier.
Yes, yeah. Honestly, like for the arcade thing, they put like the like the I don't know what you would call it. Like it's the machine where you buy the coins.
The change machine,
right?
Or the token machine, or depending on whatever it was.
Yeah, the token machine. They put the coin pusher right next to the token machine. Like they knew what they were doing. They're like, you want to buy more tokens for the coin pusher?
Dangerous.
Yeah, and I went with my homies, and we were stuck there. Like, we were like, because one of my friends really loves coin pusher style like machines.
Well, boy, howdy, do I have a game for you. Not joking. Did you hear or see the coin pusher roguelike that had their beta
my God.
2 weeks ago?
What is it called? It's like Raccoon something?
Raccoin.
Yes! I rated someone who was playing it, and it was like the level of stimulus in that game was insane.
It is.
It was like so much.
I played that game for 2 days solid, and there was only like 3 characters. And
God.
I think the technical beta has ended. I'm not sure if it's still available on Steam as a demo.
No way. Yeah.
But it was very fun.
Oh, I should have
So if they like coin
it,
pushers,
man.
that is the economical way to play coin pusher games now.
Yeah, I love like those little like I call them nerd games, but like those little games that just like number go up and then like you got all these like power-ups like Balatro and everything like that, you know. I love
Score roguelikes.
Yeah! Is that actually what they're called? Score roguelikes? Or is that what
not the score part? So I just added score, but Raccoin and Balatro both advertise themselves as roguelikes. So, and that is sort of technically the genre for whatever semantics that's worth, because it's iterative random and that there's no one path to the end, but that obviously Balatro and Raccoin are very different from something like Hades or combat roguelikes. That it is the number go up type of thing. So score number roguelikes is what I'm calling them, for lack of a better term.
No, I think that's an awesome term for it, a score roguelike. I like it. Yeah, it's better than me calling it a nerd game, but I mean, I still could call it.
To be fair, that is accurate, but I feel like nerd game is almost too broad a term, because then it's like, you're going to have to be more specific.
Yeah, nerd game's kind of all encompassing. I feel like, yeah, I mean, even like I call something like Loop Hero. Have you heard of Loop Hero?
Loop Hero, no.
Yeah, it's like, it's more older. I think it's like a few years old now. But like, basically, your character is on a predetermined path and it changes per like round or like, I guess, session. And he's on a predetermined path and he's gonna do loops. And you can pause the game kind of like FTL, for instance. And you can pause it to kind of like get your bearings and strategize. But he is always going to go on that predetermined path. And you get these cards that you can place. It's almost like Monopoly style, where it's like land cards. And you can place them around the path that he goes on, and it changes like either outside the path, it influences it, or directly on the path. It changes, like, so for instance, if I put like, I don't know, like a town, right? He gets healed when he passes through that block, because that's what the town does. Or and then sometimes you can influence certain blocks. So like if I put like a vampire castle next to the town, now over time that town kind of changes because of the vampire castle near it, right? So they influence each other. It's got quite a bit of depth. I definitely recommend it if you like nerd games.
I'm looking at the trailer on Steam right now.
Yeah. It's very cool. Like I didn't know that the land cards kind of like upgrade each other or influence each other until I started playing it. And then I was like, man, I wonder which ones influence each other. So I just started like experimenting. Very cool. I definitely recommend it. It's definitely one of those games you can get lost in. Speaking of games that you can get lost in, though, I think recently RimWorld got an update, a pretty substantial one.
Never played RimWorld. I'm familiar with it, though, and I'm familiar with the world of RimWorld.
Yeah, I played that game. I actually, I've banned myself from playing that game. I can't play it anymore because it's one of those games where it's like, yeah, I'll just play for an hour, and you end up like it's 6 a.m. like all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so like it's crazy. Like every time I somehow end up playing that game for like 8 hours. Like it's so crazy. So yeah, I can't play that game anymore because it's too fun, unfortunately.
You can play it once you finish the new outfit.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, to go back to kind of like the barcade stuff. I love barcades. I think they're so cool. I think they're kind of growing in popularity. This is kind of like it's up and up right now.
Yeah.
And I think people, like, if you don't know, there might be a local barcade near you. You should go support your local barcade.
Most major cities will have multiple, and most medium-sized cities will have at least one. And
yes,
I think it's really good because, one, it gives you what I feel is an easy and fun way to have the arcade experience, but also, frankly, in some ways, have it be cheaper. Because I feel like nowadays, if you go to an arcade, if you go to a Round One or a Dave & Buster's or something like that, that it's not a quarter for a game anymore.
Oh no,
it's going to cost a lot more. And just, I prefer to have that flat cover fee and just have everything set to free. I enjoy that a lot more.
Yeah,
because also it lets you experiment, that you don't need to feel like, okay, if I'm budgeting for this much on my trip to the arcade, and am I going to try this game I haven't played before and then risk and have the feel bad experience of, man, I just sank, a couple $dollars from my budget on this game that was not any good. But
I don't like the budgeting aspect. Like when I go to Dave & Buster's, that's all that happens. Like, this game's so cool, but it's so expensive.
It's like 25 credits. It's like, geez, am I really going to pay, $7.50 to play House of the Dead?
Yes, exactly. Or like I've seen one that's like Luigi's Mansion. It's one of those like immersive games.
And it's like, that's neat, but am I gonna pay $5-7 for one go at this, knowing full well that if I want to beat the game, I'm going to have to use 6-7 continues because that's how they're designed.
Yes, yeah. I don't think it's worth like.
Yeah. At that point, I can buy the original Luigi's Mansion used.
Yeah. You buy it for that much, at least. Oh man. Even then, like, I love there's like almost like I've seen in multiple barcades, at least the ones that do have the flat fee, where it's like, if you get lost in a machine, it's cool because like you can just sit there and keep playing it. But then there's this almost like unspoken rule of like, hey, if someone's kind of like hovering the machine,
it's like, hey,
you hop off and exactly. Like, I like that. You don't really get that with like those like pay each time moments because it's kind of just like whatever.
All right, then money's attached. Okay, I'll let you play when I'm done, but I've already sunk however many quarters of dollars into this game, and that if you jump in, that you restart, so I can't make a save state here. But when it's, I've paid the cover charge and everything, and I might come back and replay later, if not, but I don't feel like I have lost money by stopping and not finishing the game the way that I feel if I've already sunk $10 into this machine before you came up behind me.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, there's this like more relaxed experience because it's just like everyone's just going around just trying the games out and playing what they want. Yeah, honestly, I love that.
I feel like barcades usually have more creative drinks than proper bars.
Oh my god, yes, I had one that was like, go ahead, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
The people that run barcades, just they have fun with it. They're in it because they usually love games themselves. It's something that they go all in on, and that I think, like I said, the drinks and sometimes even the food, depending, can be just as good, if not better, than normal bars.
Yes, absolutely. I went to a barcade. I'm kind of like, I'm not really like a very specific person when it comes to drinks. Like my favorite mixed cocktail is a Bloody Mary, right? So like I'm like way out there, like not even like a sweet drink, you know. We're talking about like a spicy tomato based drink, but so, you know, typically, I don't really have a preference when it comes to, like, mixed drinks at bars. So I said, you know, I told the bar guy, I was like, look, I don't know, like, I don't have a preference. Do you have anything you'd recommend? And, you know, he kind of asked me, like, the kind of flavors that I like. And I was like, yeah, you know, it's like tarty, kind of, like, not overly sweet. And he was like, what about the Rainbow Road? And I was like, Rainbow Road? Okay.
Don't know what it is. But...
I got like 4 Rainbow Roads that night.
Do you remember what was in a Rainbow Road, or was it one of those things where you just didn't even bother asking?
I had no idea what was in it, but it was really good. Oh my god, it was fantastic. I mean, man, that night, you know, honestly, like, I feel like I have like a pretty high alcohol tolerance, so typically I don't even get that drunk when I do go out with my friends. It's like usually it's like, you know, I'm a little bit, because I'm very particular. Well, I said I was pretty open, but like you know, if I'm not like enjoying the drink, it kind of slows me down and I don't order another or something. So so I kind of sober up. And but that Rainbow Road, he nailed it, man. I don't know what he put in that. Like, that was awesome. Because like at the end of that, we went to like a Wendy's and I was just like chilling in the back of my friend's car. Like all of us were there and we were like, dude, I love you so much, man.
Aw, those are the best. So those are the nights I live for. Just
right.
Like whether it's so like good. From college or even just recent ones of just
yeah, they're awesome. Where you're just like, it's like fucking like 1 a.m. You're like parked in the middle of nowhere, like eating goddamn chicken nuggets, like in the back
nobody
seat
is sloppy drunk, but everyone is at that good buzz.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was really funny because I think it was that instance where like something got hit by the car, not an animal, but like some kind of like something that could damage the car, right? And it made like, after that, it made this like dragging sound. So we had to like pull up into like a gas station. So yeah, and it was really funny because like I was wasted and just in the backseat, like straight chilling. And it's so funny seeing my friends both get out of the car and like go to the front of the car with their hands on their hips, like, what's wrong with the car? But it looked like it was just like I think it was the bumper of the car came loose, and that was what was dragging at the bottom. But I mean, that's like an easy fix, you know. So, but yeah, it was absolutely, yeah, just hitting things, taking a lot of physical damage. But yeah, wonderful night. Honestly, like I live for nights like that for sure. Wonderful, really good. Yeah, so if you are in the chat, go to a barcade. Like, not even kidding. That shit Like, yeah, movie theaters are cool and all. I like them too. But for sure, go to the barcade. It's like the same price, basically, as a ticket nowadays.
Yeah, that's
for
the thing.
a
That
movie theater. Yeah.
barcades usually, like I said, cover charge is going to be, I see $10 to $15. Usually, sometimes they'll even come with like your first drink included, depending on the price. If it's more than that.
Oh man, yeah.
That I've seen one, I think, where it was like $25, but that it came with a ticket for a drink. So
that's nice.
It sort of it allowed the venue to have that initial upcharge to make sure that they're making a bit more revenue, but that you say, okay, think of it as $10 and it's $15 drink or $15 and a $10 drink, what have you. And that's
it's
very
worth it,
fair.
for sure.
And it also, it is one of the best forms of arcade cabinet preservation that we have today. Talk about game preservation, like the arcade games count too, and that with the decline of the classic arcade system, that you'd worry of, all right, how do these machines get maintained? But now with arcades, you have these things being treated as they would be at an arcade, that they get that upkeep, they have people who know what they're doing tending to them, and that they are getting played and used, and that's great.
Yes, absolutely. Like I've seen like old machines. Like I saw one that was like a bar tap game where like
oh yeah, Tapper. Like I love Tapper.
Yeah, Tapper. Like the one where it's like slides. Man, like the crazy stuff they came up with back in the day. Like what a ridiculous game. That's awesome. I love stuff like that. Like honestly, I don't know when that like surge or like when it initially started, but like ever since I found out about barcades, it's like it is honestly like part of my, like even just traveling somewhere with a friend, it's like we gotta go find like a local barcade and check it out.
Yeah,
it's so wonderful. You never know what you're gonna find, and sometimes they even illegally have Japanese arcade games too, which is great. Like you get to have the best of both worlds.
Wait, why is it,
I don't think you're allowed to.
Are there certain legalities regarding importing Japanese arcade games?
You're not allowed to, I'm pretty sure. It's not allowed. I'm pretty sure, but don't quote me on that.
Seem quite right.
I feel like it might not be.
Because I know a lot of conventions will have Japanese rhythm games, and like round ones have whole Japanese rhythm game sections.
And are they free? Or do you have to pay?
You definitely have to pay at round one. Most conventions are set to free, some aren't, but
okay.
Yeah, because I was gonna say a convention that I go to, and that everything there is set to free.
Oh, that's nice. That is nice. It might be an expensive import cost. I see.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that it's not illegal. I always felt really bad whenever I saw one. I was like, oh my God.
I just can't think of why it would be.
Okay, that's good. Yeah,
as
I thought
long as
it was
they
like
bought the machine legally. If they stole the machine, well, then it's illegal. But that's illegal for a completely different reason.
They just like what is it? Ocean's 11.
Ocean's 11.
That arcade machine all the way from Japan.
I mean, it would be impressive.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Well, not like awesome, like let's like
For legal reasons, it is definitely not awesome.
But the idea of a story being about that would be very cool. Yeah.
Oh, Mocha, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in.
Hello.
Oh, Mocha. Hi, Melkor. Folks who might not know me, I'm Jay. I host a show called Vtuber Talk, where I talk to VTubers, and I'm talking with Koko.
Hi, my name is Koko Pimento, and I am Button Imp. I'm just chilling here talking. It's been really fun so far.
Many things. And hopping back a little bit to Scott Pilgrim, you had mentioned to me that Scott Pilgrim changed your art.
Yes. Yeah, I gotta say, like, that, honestly, I think that entire, I was gonna call it a franchise, but it's more like just a game, or a series. But, that media, seriously, like, I think it was probably, I don't know how to describe it in such a way, but like, you know, when you've consumed something and it's like, oh, this is about to change the trajectory of my life, you know? Like, that was kind of like what Scott Pilgrim was for me. It was like, it was so important to me. I really liked the writing. I love the characters. I love the idea of like, hey, you know, this is a story very much built on like the video game formula, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like at that time, you got like a lot of the like, how do you do, fellow kids? Like, video games, am I right? You know? Whereas I felt like Brian Lee O'Malley was like, I play games. This is very genuine kind of homage to video games. And that made me really happy. You know, and I think even like the movie when it came out, fantastic. Who's the director? He's like such a good director.
Oh gosh, I'm blanking on it, but I love all of his stuff.
I love his stuff too. I think he did Hot Fuzz.
He did Baby Driver.
Yes.
Edgar Wright, thank you.
Edgar Wright, yes.
Yeah, no, Edgar Wright is on that short list of. For what movies I do watch, I'm not usually one where, oh, this director's attached, I'm definitely going to watch the film. Edgar Wright's on that list.
Yeah. Oh, yes, for sure. You get excited. Yeah. It's like, it almost seems like he just cares so much of like every single thing he makes.
Because he doesn't make a film every year. It's very clear he takes projects that he loves and is going to be invested in. He doesn't seem to take paychecks.
Yes. I love it. Like, I mean, I feel like, you know, the way he structures the scenes, like the way they cut, you know, or the way that, like, all of his, like, movies, they have, like, a very specific, it's almost like he's also sitting down and editing the movie himself, you know? Like, it's like, the composition of the scenes, like, they'll have these, like, cuts where it's, like, you know, 2 shots at the same time, or just like these transitions are so unique. It's fantastic. Like it's chef's kiss, you know. And in Scott Pilgrim, like that was my first introduction to his work. I didn't even know of Edgar Wright until like years later. You know, I think actually it was.
How many films do you think Edgar Wright has done, including the upcoming film The Running Man?
I don't know, 5.
11.
11? Wow, that's good!
He has only done 11 films.
Wow, that's actually crazy. Like, how long has he been making, like, films for?
The first film he made was A Fistful of Fingers in 1995. 30 years.
Oh my god! Wait, that's crazy! 30 years he's made, like, 10 films? Good for him, you know? You know, every time I'm thinking like, man, I gotta make something new. Or I'll fall out of obscurity. It's like, I gotta think about him. Like that guy is like, you know, he's taking his sweet time and every time is
He had nothing from 95 until 2004, which is when he did Shaun of the Dead. Took 3 years.
Okay.
Then 2007 for Hot Fuzz, another 3 years for Scott Pilgrim. He then went a bit rapid fire. He had Adventures of Tintin 11, At World's End in 2013, Ant-Man in 2015, Baby Driver in 2017.
He did Ant-Man?
He did Ant-Man, which I did not know until today, but there you go.
That's crazy.
Oh, no, wait, sorry. That wasn't a director one. Sorry, this is a table that has director, writer, and producer. He has only directed 9 films. He was a writer and executive producer on Ant-Man.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. Yeah, because I think Ant-Man does have that kind of like, I don't want to say B-movie charm, but he kind of has this like B-movie charm to his writing.
I never actually thought about Ant-Man as an analogy for B-movie, but now I'm just thinking of all the parallels. I can't unsee this, Koko. What have you done?
Yeah, actually, no, not to like segue away from it, but like I think Marvel like pre like was it like Endgame? Is Endgame the final one?
Yeah.
Yeah, pre-Endgame.
That's the final one that most people saw, at least.
Yeah, that like era is like, it's so cool because like every superhero they introduce as their like own film, it has almost like its own unique film style. Like the way and I've had people kind of like disagree with me on this. Thor is a chick flick. Like the first Thor movie is basically, you know, like guy from out of town comes, he's like crazy hot. This chick's like down on her luck, just broke up.
It's a Hallmark
they kind of hook up. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like that's Thor. And I think that's awesome, you know, and then you got like Iron Man is like military propaganda, like not like derogatory, but that's the style.
Military industrial complex type of thing.
Yeah. And then, you know, you got like Cap is like more of like old school military kind of
but also
film.
That very classic of young plucky guy who believed in always wanted to be greater than he was able to is enabled to be greater.
Like an underdog story, right? Like it's really cool seeing all of these like different style of films, you know.
Guardians was their weird, okay, what if we just had a team of losers? What if we just had, you know, the real weird
that's
ones?
Another director I really like. I forget his name too. I don't know. I don't remember the Guardians. He made, what's it called? Do you really
James
want
Gunn.
to taste it? James Gunn, yes. He did, oh my god, what's the recent one? It's the DC.
He did the new Superman, didn't he? Yeah.
I need to watch that, actually. So bad. Peacemaker. Thank you. Peacemaker, if you haven't watched that, Jay, you have to watch Peacemaker.
That's another one.
I love that.
Of
so much.
I guess it's not quite a... It's not a dramatic actor going to comedy or comedy actor going into drama. But
you're right.
But John Cena, I've just...
Oh my god, everyone's so fantastic in that show. Like, oh, so good, man. Like, talk about like James Gunn, so fantastic. That guy is so good at like group, like stories, like a story about.
I'm very
team,
excited to see what he does when he retires from WWE at the end of the year.
Oh my god, yeah! Like, dude's gonna be like
the guy.
It's gonna be so good.
Like, I'm not a diehard Cena fan. I don't watch WWE more than like a couple of times a year. I will watch pay-per-view in Discord with some friends. I don't watch weekly shows or anything. But everything I know about John Cena is that this man does not like to be still. He just genuinely enjoys entertaining and doesn't want to stop. He is stopping wrestling because at age 40 or 45 or wherever he is, that he knows wrestling with any frequency is not sustainable as the body gets past 40, 45. I'm absolutely sure they'll bring him back for, you know, one-off matches every so often. I don't think this is going to be his last time in the ring, but that he's going to need to find something to do with his time. And it seems like he has spent the better part of the past decade setting himself up to be an actor next.
Oh my god, he is fantastic. Have you seen him in any actor roles?
I've seen several, and that even if you go as far back as what was it? It's like Southpaw Wrestling. Basically, it was a series of gag videos that they did a while back, and I was shown it by a friend. And I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute! John Cena has incredible comedic timing. I did not know this. What the heck?"
Yeah, he is really good. Like, man, you know, even like there are like little serious moments in Peacemaker. He's just so good. Like, you know, it's that thing where it's like this actor can do so many like modes to a character, right? Like, you know, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like let's say like a character like acts differently to a parent versus like to a friend, right? Yeah. He just switches it on. Like it is so beautiful. Like, and honestly, everyone in that show is great. I 100% recommend Peacemaker. I don't even have an affinity with DC. I've never grew up with it. My God, that show is fantastic. Yeah.
We're all looking forward to seeing him in the revived, dead again, now revived again, Coyote versus Acme.
Oh, are they actually releasing that?
Yes, the rights have
Oh
been
my
acquired, and it is being released on August 28th, 2026.
Okay, when you said August 28th, for a
Sadly,
split
no.
second, I thought
It was not
we were
last
still
week.
in August. I was like, oh my god, it's gonna
I'm
be
so
3
sorry.
days. It's
Yeah,
like, no, it's not.
But he
No,
plays
that's cool.
he is the antagonist. He's the villain. He is the Acme lawyer.
Oh my god, that's awesome! Wow, good for him. You know, I love seeing like, you know, people doing cool stuff. It's so awesome.
I love
to
seeing
me.
heroic
Good for him.
characters or heroic actors playing villains. I think it's just very fun
Oh,
to see them
yeah.
explore that, or vice versa. Just you know,
Mhm,
someone who's
mhm.
been an iconic villain, like you know, some director needs to wise up and cast Giancarlo Esposito as a hero for once. He's an amazing
Who is
villain.
that?
Really
Give
made
me
his
like
name
a
as
movie.
Gus Fring in Breaking Bad. He's
I didn't watch Breaking Bad.
who's the
Oh wait, no, Gus, is he the pollo
yeah,
guy?
Pollos Hermanos.
Okay, him as a main character would actually be kind
He was a
of
villain
crazy.
in Mandalorian. He was
Yes.
main villain in Far Cry 6, and that
Yes.
he's being typecast. And hey, if you're an actor and getting
Yeah,
typecast, that means you're getting work. That's not a bad thing. And he's
But
an
he should-
incredible villain. He's so good at it. They're not
Yes,
wrong
yes.
to typecast him. But at the same time, I think
Yeah.
that he can do the other side. And I'm waiting for some director to wise up and be like, okay, what if we were actually just the first one to cast Giancarlo as a hero? I think people would
That would
go
be
to
so
see
awesome.
that because it's so far that he hasn't done it. I'm sure he's done something that wasn't a villain, but nothing really high profile main character hero. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, he seems like a really funny guy too. Like I feel like he
Yeah,
could probably do like a comedic role. Like
I've heard
you know.
that people who have met him at cons and such have said that he's just very friendly and warm in person. You know,
Wow.
as most actors who play villains are. That you know,
Mhm.
that's you know, I don't know. I like seeing actors getting to do different things, one way or the other.
Yeah, have you heard of like the banana thing that he did, where someone like gave him a banana and said, "Point this at my head like it's a gun," and he's like, "What are you talking about? This is a gun." And they were like, "Wow, you're good."
Beautiful. That's so good.
I was like, "Wow, that's so awesome! Like, what an awesome interaction." Yeah, honestly, like, it is very cool. I also really like James Gunn's stuff. Edgar Wright, also great. I loved Baby Driver. Oh my god, like, fantastic. Like, I know when Baby Driver was coming out, they were like equating it to Drive from who's that one actor that is from Drive?
I can't recall. I haven't seen, but I saw Baby Driver, and that is the best sound design of any movie I've ever seen.
Oh my god, it's
That's
so
one
good.
of like talking about things, beat of music. That movie blew my freaking mind. That everything down to closing of car trunks is to the beat of the music being played. It is
See, that's why I'm like, this
consistent
guy must
throughout
be
that movie.
editing his own movies. Like,
Just-
how is like
That's next
Is
level.
he just like with the list with the editor? Like, this is what you have to do while you edit my movie. Like,
It's not like it's, oh, this was timed really well and they did it throughout the entire opening scene or at the big climax chase scene that they timed it. No, it's just perpetual throughout the movie.
Yes.
Because, you know, if you've seen the movie, first off, anybody in chat, if you have not seen Baby Driver, go see Baby Driver.
Baby Driver's great. Yeah.
The concept of sound is central to the entire plot, and music is central to the plot. So it makes sense that they would be mindful of all films to do that, but it's beyond
No, they
commitment
take
to
it
the
up
bit.
a
It
lot.
is just
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen another movie do that or even attempt that.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. I'm gonna be honest. Well, to be fair, I haven't watched a lot of films.
Yeah, as we did establish earlier, that is fair. So people do correct us, like, if there's another iconic one that we've both missed, please tell us.
Yeah.
You were talking about.
It's fantastic for sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
You were talking about some of the other directors. I have not seen all of his films, but everything from Quentin Tarantino I've loved.
Oh my god, I actually watched Pan's Labyrinth, right? The one with the eyeballs in his hands?
Yeah, I've not seen that one, actually.
Yeah, I watched Pan's Labyrinth in my English class. That was crazy.
Isn't that Guillermo del Toro?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. He did Pan's Labyrinth, and that was kind of like a fucked up movie. I don't know why we watched it.
No. So I was talking about
cool. Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino is
sorry.
not.
Oh my god, I got them.
Guillermo del Toro is still an incredible director.
Yeah, he is also
but a different
good.
Director.
But wait, what does Tarantino do? I can't remember right now.
He did the first film of his that I saw, and one of my favorites of all time. Another one of just like every actor you go and like everyone's so good. Inglourious Bastards. Pulp Fiction was the one that put him on the map.
Oh my god, Pulp Fiction. I actually watched that not too long ago. That was good, yeah.
That's one I have never seen in its entirety. I've seen separated chunks of Pulp Fiction.
You never watched
I need to actually see the entirety of Pulp Fiction, but Hateful
crazy,
Eight,
honestly.
Django Unchained, or a couple of his other more recent ones.
Django.
But that
he does
Inglourious
more like
Bastards.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, Inglourious Bastards, I feel like is more not as serious. I've heard.
Yeah,
well, I haven't watched it, but
it is a dramedy.
Oh, he did Kill Bill. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was the other of the early
year.
ones.
That one is very cool. I think I have like a little bit of criticism for Kill Bill. I think it could have been executed a little bit better. I'm a huge fan of like villain of the week formulas. I love the idea of like a character going through several bosses. That's why I really like Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim, I was about to say.
encompasses villain of the week, So I love that. So, I was really hoping she would continue to do that, but it kind of like devolves into a more personal story, which is okay. No problem. I personally would have loved to see her kick more ass. It would have been awesome to me. But he has some really good stuff too. I liked Django. Django was nice. And then also Guillermo del Toro. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff. But Pan's Labyrinth made me go, man, this guy he did the new one. Well, it's not new anymore. The one where the lady is like into the fish guy.
Oh,
in the tank.
Shape of Water.
Shape of Water.
Never saw that one, but heard it was good, and I think it won at least one Oscar.
Wow. Good for him. That's awesome. Yeah, like he just does weird stuff. Good for him.
I think he's doing the new Frankenstein, which is looking to be an actual faithful adaptation of Frankenstein.
Yeah, I heard he's like keeping green screens and CGI to a minimum.
Yeah.
All practical stuff. That's awesome. I love that. Good for them.
Yeah. Frankenstein was one of the few classic lit things that I was required to read for school that at the end of it I just said, I enjoyed reading that. That was a fun read. I'm glad I was assigned that. So I'm looking forward to that one because I've seen a stage production of the film that was faithful, and that was a cool one because it was Johnny Lee Miller and Benedict Cumberbatch. One was Victor, one was the creature, and they would swap roles in performances, so you could see it twice with each of their respective performances, and that was really cool.
That's crazy. Wait, they had to act for two different roles?
Yeah, so it wasn't like back-to-back shows. It would be, one night
like later.
Johnny is the creature and Benedict is Victor, and the next night it would be swapped or something. And I didn't see it live, but they did a limited theatrical release with both versions, and I did see both, and it was just great.
Wow, that's so cool. Like, you're doing like double work, you know? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how much like it is, how intensive, but like it's gotta be. It's
And
gotta
their
be like,
performances were
wow.
vastly different, which just made it even better.
Wow. That's so awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Man, like, you know, like actors are crazy. You know, do you ever have like a skill set, or you see someone with a skill set and you're just like, I could never ever in my life do that, you know? Like
Me when
for
I see
instance.
literally any artist.
Yeah, I mean for me it's like I'm like kind of like a go-getter. I would like to say like I like putting a lot of things in my skill set or my toolbox. So like, you know, I dabble in like I know how to do a little bit of video editing. I know how to do motion graphics, but I mean poorly, mind you, but I know how to do them. And I have the eye to be like, I want a shot like this. How can I do it? You know, stuff like that. But like music, like when I look at people like making music, I'm just like it's like my brain flatlines, you know? There is no processing happening. Like I couldn't even begin to understand how the hell did you make this song,
Yeah.
you know?
Wild. I was in band throughout middle school, high school, college. And
yes.
I know music and I'm able to perform music in various ways. Music composition is witchcraft.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy to me. Like, people come up with lyrics and somehow make those lyrics like attached to beats, and they make a beat into a song. Like
I can understand writing lyrics because at the very least with lyrics, it's okay. I am trying to tell a story, convey a thing, and there's definitely iteration there. But I can understand the mental process. But fabricating melodies from nothing, I can understand. All right, I want this general feel, and that means I'm probably going to use these types of instruments or a major key versus a minor key, and how you can land on initial broad sound genre, for lack of a better term. But then, Toby Fox, how do you do what you do?
Oh my god, dude. You know, cunt. What a crazy guy. Honestly, it's crazy.
I do not think he is the greatest composer of our generation. I think he's the best melody writer of our generation.
Yeah. You know,
every melody he writes, you can remember.
Yeah. Yes. It's true. I mean, like, I go back to Megalovania. He released Megalovania probably like 4 times.
Yeah.
But like, it's such a classic. I understand why he keeps bringing back that song. So it's just fantastic. Like I was first introduced to him through Homestuck, like forever ago.
Me.
You know. Yeah. So like, you know, you see, like Homestuck's just such a perfect example. I feel like no one really knows Homestuck anymore. It's such
people are about to. They just had a resurgence that the animated pilot is apparently happening, so all the Homestucks are coming out of the woodwork right now.
I wonder if they're gonna have Toby. Oh well, he's actually voicing the fucking main character. What am I talking about? Oh, like, are they gonna bring Toby like for the music? Like, no, Toby's gonna be there even more than that. But yeah, like it, even like just like there are some moments, like key moments in Homestuck where like they'll have like, for people who don't know, they have like these cinematic moments, like a big moment in the story will usually make the story go on hiatus until the cinematic is done. Or it's called a flash because it always has like a bracket F to predate the page number to indicate, hey, this is a flash page. So flash indicating that it's going to be animated. And so usually they're like, you know, anywhere between like maybe 2 to 5 minutes. There was one, I don't know if my mod is in chat. My mod knows, like, my mod is like my encyclopedia because I don't remember anything. But my mod remembers everything, so which is great. He's also my like childhood best friend. So it's like, we basically, you know, have lived through like many different like experiences together. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's Cascade. But there is Cascade. Was it Cascade? I think it is. Cascade was like 10 minutes long, like the whole sequence or something. It was like insanely long. I would say go watch Cascade, just Google Homestuck Cascade, but at the same time, so much stuff happens. Like it's basically
You need the context.
It's cascading events. Like that's what it's supposed to be, is that all of these plot lines, there is like Homestuck is known for having like 10 billion plot lines happening at the same time because there's like 25 characters in this. That's why I'm kind of like apprehensive, like how the hell are they gonna do an animation? Because like there's too much writing, honestly. Like it's almost like I feel like the webcomic was the perfect medium for a story like Homestuck.
Because it's not clear if they're going to make a full series. They've only announced a pilot, and they've very specifically labeled it as a pilot. Now, pilots do well, they might do something more, but my guess is currently they're probably planning for it to be anything from, I don't know, a prologue to maybe even new content. I mean, I wouldn't know since I don't know any of Homestuck, so...
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've tried to get people into Homestuck over the years. It's just impossible. I wouldn't even, don't even bother. Don't bother, because it's like, it's almost like One Piece. You know, One Piece is like, what, 1,000 episodes or something? Homestuck's like 6,000 pages. Like, and it's not even like 6,000 pages of like a handful of text that you have to read. It's like, some of these are chat logs between two characters that goes on for like, if you put that chat log in like a Google Doc, probably like 25 pages long. Some of these logs are massive, but they're so integral to understanding what the character is going through because they're interacting, like chatting with another person. So you kind of can't skip it. You have to read it, you know? And I remember when I was catching up on Homestuck, which is kind of like, at the time it was a rite of passage when you are like trying to catch up to the current page, because like you know, even back then it was like thousands of pages. It took me 4 months of trying to go through it every day, trying to catch up, and like, you know, going like maybe 20, 30, like 50 pages a day. It still took me 4 months to catch up, which was absolutely insane. But I remember when Cascade came out, I was already caught up and I was so excited. I came home from school, like ran to my laptop, popped it open, everything, the whole site was broken, Newgrounds was crashed. You could not look at this goddamn Flash. It was impossible because everyone was trying to watch it. And, but it was amazing because it's basically a massive climax to the story where, like I said, all of these plot lines just have this moment of eclipsing each other, right? And they captured it perfectly. And that's why I say you probably shouldn't, like, you could watch it just to see how beautiful it is. And Toby does an amazing job with the song. But, I mean, it's like a 10-minute song, but it's like, you're not gonna know what the hell's going on. There's like some dog man who kills like 50 people in it. And then there's like another, like, there's another part where like two characters are arguing, and then it's just like all of these random plot lines where they all like sync up. You just won't understand what the hell's going on. There's no cohesive moment, and also everything is there's no dialogue either. So it's all just instrumental music that you're listening to and just watching actions happen. So yeah, it would be pretty difficult. But fantastic is just one of those stories where you just had to be there, honestly. I don't know, like I said, the pilot, you know, I'm kind of apprehensive. I don't know what they're gonna do.
I think that's entirely understandable, and I'm apprehensive for the Homestuck fans. Anytime I see something like that, it just crazy. I always say to myself, I hope the fans like it, because I don't know, but
I don't know how they could possibly. It's just so hard.
They have the creators involved, that it's not like they signed away the rights and some rando director is doing it, so I assume it is being treated with care, but At the same time, obviously, there is such a...
Even with, it's just... Like, Jay, it's hard because, like, to put it in the, like, layman's terms, or, like, in, like, say it like you're 5, but, like, the first act of the story is so integral to the entire story because you kind of like these 4 main characters. They're the main characters, right?
Yeah.
And they're so important to the entire story. They're just kids playing a game. That's the first act. It's like they're kind of just bumbling around, but the way the act ends is so important. And the way you understand who these characters are throughout this act is like character defining. But it's also not the act that everyone remembers. Like everyone like trolls, you know. There's even while it was still ongoing, people would say there was a huge discourse because there's an interlude or an intermission that has nothing to do with anything. Like no characters pre-existing were in the interlude. In fact, they kind of just don't come back after the interlude, but they are related to other characters, but it's not like one-to-one. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Homestuck fans, but most likely there was some kind of like to make your gears turn, because the whole thing about Homestuck is that random stuff that is placed throughout the story becomes relevant like years later.
As basically. It should in any good story.
Yeah, so you can't really skip things, but a lot of people were saying, oh, if you want to catch up, just skip the interlude. And then a lot of people were like, you can't skip the interlude. Are you crazy? Can't. It was like huge discourse, like don't skip the interlude. And that's kind of like what I'm afraid of. And also people would say, oh, just start at Act 3, which is when the trolls start coming in. And it's like, no, what do you mean? Or is it Act 2? It could be Act 2, but it's like, no, you're crazy. You can't skip the first act. Like, because if you skip the first act, you don't have
all the establishing.
Yeah, and you don't have like that almost like fondness. Like these are your kids, you know? I mean, I grew up with them, so they were like my age when I was reading it. But like these are like almost like beloved characters that you will always have a fondness for because you started the story with them, right? If you don't have that, you don't have that personal connection. Certain story beats are not going to have that moment for you, right? Like John is kind of like John is who Toby is going to voice act, which is like the character. The very first page of Homestuck is it's John's birthday. Or it's like, today is your birthday. What is your name? Right? And then they type John Edbert after a while. So he is integral to the story. And if you skip it, you just like, who the fuck cares about John? John's just some guy, you know? Like, there's no like emotional connection. And I'm afraid that the animation is gonna be like, oh yeah, the kids, okay, so here's the kids. But anyway, here's the trolls, actually. And it's like, no, you can't skip. No, because the trolls are so wild and interesting. Of course people are going to like them. You have to have the boring kids first. You have to have them first. You know, you have to give them the space to, you know, develop. And I feel like there's going to be like that problem where you have like, you have these... I feel like they're going to try and cater to 2 audiences, you know, the OG fans, but then also people who kind of like the animations that I forget what the animator is called. I forget her name, but you know what I'm talking about. The chick who made like Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, like
Vizipop.
Yes, Vizipop. Like I feel like those are the 2 audiences they're gonna try and like kind of like cater towards and like smash the story into. And those are 2 wildly different audiences. So I really don't know how they're gonna possibly make something that like, you know, everyone will unanimously be like, that was good, you know? It's gonna be difficult.
Very
but also
high expectations. Also, yes. Hi, Irie. Yeah. Welcome on in. Irie's great. Irie was on, I can't remember the exact episode, but I think it was the first 20 episodes of Vtuber Talk way back in the day. That's awesome. Memory serves, I think, Irie, you were playing Silk Song because I know you've been excited for that, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders.
Oh,
I'm Jay.
thank you.
This is Vtuber Talk, where I talk to VTubers, and I'm talking with Koko Pimento.
Hello.
We were just
I
talking
am
about.
Koko
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Pimento. No, it's okay. No problem. Go ahead.
We were talking about, well, obviously, Homestuck. And I don't know Homestuck. She does.
Yes, I do. I know sometimes I've talked about Homestuck and people are like, "Oh, haha, like that's why you're an imp." And it's like, no, it's not. Like, because the trolls were just so popular and they got horns and kind of like demonic in nature, right? So people do make that kind of like comparison, but it's not. It might be like on a subconscious level because my favorite troll is the guy with like the smallest horns of everyone. He's got like these little nubby horns, which is part of like his lore and story. But no, I don't think it is. But yeah, I really like Homestuck. Cautiously optimistic about the animation, and I love Toby Fox's work. I've known him since back then. He had I don't know if you've heard of this, but it's not his first time voice acting for that character before this pilot. Did you know that?
I did not, but that's probably a symptom of me not knowing Homestuck. So if he was
Well,
voice acting that character, where else? But okay, so from the way you're saying it, that also suggests that he wasn't voice acting it for normal Homestuck content. So now I need to guess.
It wasn't something serious. Okay, so
what was it? I'm scared now because even Kazgrok in the chat's like, "Oh no, you can't say it."
Okay, well, I'll just say it very quickly, but basically it's kind of like a gag song where he voice acts. I don't know if he voice acts both characters, but he voice acts John. John is one of the characters, and he probably does voice act both of them. But the song is called "I'm Having a Baby and the Baby Is You," and it's basically like an Mpreg song.
I'm so unsurprised by this. From what little I know of Homestuck, this just, to be fair, I don't know if there are many things that you could tell me Homestuck did and that it would surprise me. That you could lie to me. You could lie to me so easily, Koko, and say they did insert random absurd thing here, and I would nod and say, yeah, I believe it.
Yeah,
it's just one of those series.
Funny. Yeah, like it's not his first rodeo playing the character. I don't know if maybe he would be like, yeah, dude, I totally voiced that. I don't know, but yeah, that was one of his songs back then. Good times for sure. But yeah, I mean, I played Undertale when it came out. I did as much as I could. I actually got stuck on Sans, like the genocide Sans fight.
Yeah.
I got stuck on it to the point where I actually mentioned it during a Minecraft sound pack stream. And what happened was people were like, you can actually practice the Sans fight online in browser. And I was like, really? And so I looked it up. And not only can you practice it, you can just do like the full run on like the full fight on the browser. And I basically just started doing it on stream. Like I was just like, okay, sound pack, like let's shelve that for a second. I need to do this fight. And it was so funny because what happened was unknowingly, I'm there like practicing, like every time you got past a certain point, it would put you into the next chunk of the fight. And if you died or in that chunk, it would put you at like the checkpoint. Right at the beginning of that chunk. So it was really nice.
Yeah, it's
and
a good
so I was
practice
like trying
mechanic
to
because it means that you can just work on the part that you have yet to master, and that it's sort of assuming, okay, you got past this, you don't need to practice it right now, keep going.
Yeah, so so I was doing that, and unbeknownst to me, Myra started doing it on her stream too. So I think what happened was like she was gonna raid out, but then she must have saw that I was doing the Sans fight in browser, and I think her chat, because we share chats And, well, not like one-to-one, but we share a lot of viewers. And so they were like, oh yeah, she's doing it in browser. And she was like, really? I'm going to try and beat Koko. So she started doing it with the intention of beating me before I finished the Sans fight. But, I mean, okay, I'm going to say it. It's unfair because I didn't know there was a competition happening. I was taking my sweet time. You know, if I knew that there was,
if you knew that this was a race, you would have had a bit more urgency.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so she's like, you know, going through it, and I'm just there like, haha. Eventually, you know, I don't know what happened. I think she came into the chat and was like, haha, like, I beat you. And I didn't understand what was going on. And this was after she already raided out. And so what happened was, like, I was told, hey, yeah, she was like fighting you. And then she beat me, went onto my stream after beating me, saw that I was still playing it. She pulled my stream up on her stream and wrote in my chat, like, I beat you, Koko.
Wait, beat me at what? I didn't know we were fighting. I didn't, what?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. That was so funny. She peeked in your stream during her stream. That's so awesome. Like, it seriously was so funny. What a cool moment. But yeah, so I eventually did beat Sans, and that was very cool. And then after I beat him, that's when I like was able to take the time and be like, wait, she was competing against me. I lost. I didn't even know I lost at something. Like, what?
How could I lose something I didn't even know I was competing in?
Exactly. So dumb. But yeah, it was fun. I really liked that. Yeah, I really enjoy like that competitive nature. Me and Myra have done like a lot of like competitive kind of collabs where we did like Puyo Tetris. We did that one Switch game, like I think it's like 50 games worldwide.
Oh yeah, like the
that.
50 or 55 games, somewhere or other. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was really good. Oh my god, that one was crazy. I really need to get someone I gotta hire an editor for that stream because there was a chess match that we did in that game.
Arachnid or Arcade Ultra already had it. Just when you played chess, what
happened?
What happened to make a chess match so memorable?
Okay, so I do this thing where I have like a lot of like bravado, and I was like, oh, I'm good at chess. I'm so good at chess. And Myra was like, yeah, well, you know, I'm kind of a novice, right? So I was like, oh, Myra, I'm gonna dumpster you, like, oh my god. And so what happened was I was chewing up her pieces like crazy. By the end of it, she had one pawn and her king, and I had like 7 pieces or something, okay? And I don't know if it's just like hubris. She somehow took out every single piece of mine during that time frame. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I always misremember.
With a pawn and a king.
Yeah, and she took out so many pieces because I was just playing like loose and fast, and like just
thinking, all right, at that point you have to be setting yourself up for things.
No,
there's not much skill that you can do when it's a pawn and a king.
She evaded me, man. It was crazy. Like, I seriously, it was insane. And you know, I'm getting like flustered. Like, I'm starting to tilt. You know, so I'm making bad decisions like crazy because I'm starting to panic. Worse. Like, yeah, so I'm like making blunders, and then, like, I don't even remember who won. I'm pretty sure I did eventually win at the end, but people were like, Koko, you flubbed that so ridiculously hard. You lost. Like, you lost.
You lost the moral victory.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. Like, oh, I should also mention, every time, we also turned it into a drinking game. So like, every time someone lost, they had to take a drink, right? So I think it went to a draw because you guys took so long. Yeah, probably. I even remember I think I don't know if it was that chess game because we did like a second collab later, like in the year of like revisiting that game. So it could have been the second chess match. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I even managed to like I was like, you know what, screw this. I moved my pawn to the other side and I turned it into a queen. And even the queen died. Like how did I like it's crazy, like because it's like I know chat was like, Koko, you have to be like joking.
Can only
like
move
this is
one space, so you have to be placing them next to these enemy pieces, whereas queen and others have range.
Yeah, you have so much range. What happened is like I'm not thinking ahead. I'm like, oh my god, like I'm gonna put them right next to, and then the next turn I can like cap, right? But then I'm not thinking like, oh, but Myra's turn.
They can
just
get me. They can just if you're next to them, that means they can get you.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it was just a blunder. And then there was another one that was memorable, was the baseball. I don't know if you know, there's this baseball kind of mini game where it's kind of like trying to resemble kind of like a physical game with like Jitoni, the one with like soccer. There's like a soccer.
It's the one where it's like the little, like the metal ball falls and there's a little rotating thing that's the bat, right?
Yeah. There's like one like that, but like for hockey, where it's like you got these like little sticks you can move like the hockey players around.
Yeah.
It's like that for the baseball one as well. It's like these little sticks. It's supposed to like resemble like a physical game. And I don't know if it was like ping or some kind of delay or lag, but we were already like pretty, I wouldn't say like we were drunk, but like we were definitely not sober anymore. And this baseball game, no one hit the ball the entire time. Like I don't know how we managed that, but every time like someone pitched, because you know in baseball they rotate the teams out.
Yeah.
And but every time I was like, no, this can't be happening. Like I'm like having like a not really a panic attack, but like I'm like having like a paradigm shift. Like my world is crumbling. Why can't I hit this ball? And Myra's just like dying in the background, just like howling like a hyena, because it's like actually ridiculous how no one could hit this goddamn ball. Like,
at least it wasn't
all.
one-sided.
No one.
At least this is sort of mutual collaborative of bafflement at each other and yourself.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it was great. Like, honestly, you know, she is just an absolute treat to collab with. I think we have like a wonderful dynamic between us, you know? Like, it's almost like I can be like the wild one and then she's kind of the straight man. But then you have those moments where like it shifts, right? Like she becomes like that crazy one, and then I take on the role of being like, whoa, you know? It's
you
like,
do have
it's
that
really
good
cool.
Odd couple dynamic, because her, like, even down to colored, that you have the bright yellow and pink, and hers is the black and the green, and so you have that duality there, and it's just sort of the stereotypical, all right, the pink-haired energetic one, and then the goth one.
Yeah,
and that it's usually the goth one that is calmer and sort of keeping the pink live wire under control. But every so often it flips, and that it's even funnier when that happens because nobody expects it.
Yeah, isn't that so interesting? Like, I don't know. Like, that's why I love VTubers, because it's like you have this, it's like almost like, yeah, a lot of it is kind of staged or performative, right? But then, like, what makes it so nice is like that genuine nature behind it too, right? Like, you can't script this, really. You can't script a collab. It's not really possible, you know? So it's really cool to see, like, yeah, these character tropes and dynamics can happen between like
play out.
Real people. Yeah, like it's so cool. It's almost like, what do they say? Like art imitates
art imitates life.
Yeah, but then it's like life imitates art in some kind of like strange manner. I love that. It's just yeah, it's so natural between us. I really like it. Huge fan. I know I'm like on a VTuber talk, and it's like I'm over here talking about Myra.
I mean, I would say that this person called Myra Moore sounds very interesting, and that I would have to look into them and possibly invite them to be on the show sometime if I hadn't invited them on the show earlier this year.
Yeah, I actually did reach out to her about, because I was like, oh, you know, I like to, you know, ask people about their opinions on stuff. And she was like, yeah, you were a great host, and the whole thing was amazing. And she actually encouraged me to come on. So
thanks, Myra.
Yeah.
The biggest compliments are the ones said behind your back.
It's true. I mean, obviously, we'd love to have them to our face as well, but sometimes there's that genuine nature you just don't get to your face, you know? It's beautiful. So yeah, that was a massive tangent. I don't even know where we came from.
Don't worry, as it goes. But don't worry, I have something for us to railroad onto right now anyways, because it's something I wanted to do and I haven't found an opening, so I'm forcing an opening.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioned to me that you love food, and we had talked about different drinks that you liked, and I was thinking I would tangent off that, but then we wound up on other things and didn't get that. But that your favorite food, not that, oysters.
Yeah!
Let's go over here.
Okay. Yes,
so, did you make these yourself, or were these at a restaurant, or?
These were definitely at a restaurant. I don't know how to shuck oysters, but I would love to learn. That would be sick. Yeah, but you have to have like a for it.
I just love seafood in general, and I know some people don't like oysters because they're like, oh, they're slimy. Like, no, they're well, okay, fine, they're a little bit slimy. They're not that slimy.
Yeah. Hey, when you grill it like that in that picture, they're not slimy at all. Like, that's oh my god. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, these had grilled mushrooms also mixed in with like it also had chunks of potato, almost like a gratin, you know, so it's got like the creamed potatoes and then that beautiful just cheesy crust on top. Masterpiece. So good. Yeah.
Remember the first time you had oysters? Because it's not exactly something that you expect a kid to end up eating, but you know, first time I had certain seafoods was 5-ish years old. Is it something that you had really young growing up, or was it something you discovered later?
Yeah, it was. I was pretty young. I would say my family, even my extended family, is very much like love seafood, right? So I was definitely introduced to that at a very young age. But I think my earliest memory of oysters, I was with a cousin, different cousin, and the whole family went to like an oyster bar. And I remember it was my first time, it was the first time my cousin was eating oysters. And they were like, yeah, this is pretty good. You know, my family encourages us to like not chew it, to just like slurp it down whole, right? I like to chew it. I like the texture, and you get more of the flavor from chewing it. But
I feel like the swallowing it whole is for the folks who don't like the texture, because yes, it's not as slimy as I think some people think it is.
Yes.
But it's it has that slippery texture. But I like it as well, and I agree that I want to chew it and enjoy the texture, and that you get more flavor that way.
Yes, yeah. So my cousin was doing it whole, and. So basically, I was messing with him, and I said, hey, so you know all those oysters you just ate? Yeah, they're like raw, so that means they're like alive. They're alive, and you just ate them. They're alive in your stomach. Oh my god, they had to have been like 10 or 12 at the time.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're gonna believe that. They're gonna. Oh no.
It was so funny. Like the moment of like the blood draining from the face, just pure horror. Like, yeah, exactly. It was just like, oh my god, what? And I'm like, yeah. Oh my gosh, I love that. That was a great moment. I was definitely pretty young during that. Yeah, I love oysters. it became a trend. My birthday is May 18th. We celebrated on stream. And like usually after stream, I go to an oyster bar. That is my tradition. Every birthday, I go to an oyster bar and I just have oysters. That's like I almost only have them like once a year. So like that's to encourage me to go and
cheap,
actually,
really. That it's a special treat for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's like just before like the summer, because like you're not supposed to really eat like shellfish or like oysters, like anything kind of fresh. You shouldn't have it during the summer because there's more like bacteria in the water. And it's kind of also like the spawning time for oysters. So you have a higher chance of getting sick, right? Eating oysters during the winter is way safer. So, May, it's like, it's not summer quite yet. So it works out. So yeah, I really like
oysters in the summer, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, you should probably, it's okay, but you do have a higher chance at getting sick for it. For sure. But yeah, I love oysters. Huge fan. Definitely.
My favorite.
Eat oysters.
Eat oysters, folks. Yeah. My favorite food is crab. So definitely, it's different from oysters, but it's pretty adjacent in terms of seafood and just, I love fish in general.
But crab's like way more expensive, isn't it?
Depending on the type of crab, yes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's crazy.
That's also one thing of just, I get crab for my birthday and I basically don't have it at other times of the year.
Oh, nice. Good for you. Do you enjoy like the action of like cracking them open and getting at the meat?
Yeah, it is rewarding and also it forces you to pace yourself. That you can't just, gorge yourself on crabs if you have to actually go through the process. So it means that you end up having it at a good pace and you're less likely to then, have a stomachache because you were so eager and ate it all too quickly.
True. Yeah, I have a question for you if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Do you prefer bone-in chicken or boneless chicken?
Depends on how it's being served. Generally speaking, it's going to be bone-in. That if it's wings, that I will have boneless wings if I'm offered. Do you want boneless wings? Yeah, I'm not going to turn them down. If it is, do you want bone-in or boneless? I will take the bone-in wings just because I think the meat texture is better when it's just on bone rather than mashed up and put into a tender or whatever it is.
Yes, exactly. I totally agree with you. Man, all of my friends would prefer boneless. And it pisses me off. There's something like... this is going to sound so weird. And it always makes like the chicken tender crowd be like, see, this is why like the bone-in people are weird. But like, there's something like ancestral to just grabbing like the leg and eating right off of it. I don't know how to describe it.
It is viscerally satisfying to just get a good chunk right off the bone.
Just like biting it and like, I don't know. It just feels like I'm so much more in tune with like nature. Like it doesn't feel as manufactured as like a chicken tender. Like, oh, I know that this was smashed to bits and then like crafted into like, I don't know, like chicken nugget, like a chicken nugget's like so far away from a chicken leg, for instance. Whereas like the primal instinct of like, oh my God, I'm gonna like, rip the meat off the bone and like, it becomes almost like this, like, what do you call it? Enrichment activity. Yeah, it's just so satisfying, right? Like, when they make when some pet owners, they get those like special feeding bowls for their pets so that the animals, I'm making like this big analogy. You already said it's a good way to pace yourself with the crab thing, but it's like that, right? You're pacing yourself. You're almost like enjoying the meal on the next level, right? It's not so much a disconnected enjoyment. It's like, I'm here, I'm grabbing this leg. Also, I think just there is more juice. There's more tenderness when it's on the leg.
Yeah, when I say texture, that's definitely part of it. That just the meat. That, like you said, it's just inherently going to be juicier. It's going to.
Yes.
I don't even like. I'm not refined enough to explain like mouthfeel and stuff of food, but that. You know what chicken tenders taste like and what the texture is, and that meat off the bone is. Yeah, and it's just. I don't know. For me, it's much, much better off the bone.
Yes. I agree with you.
But if there's no bone-in option and it's just boneless, I will eat boneless. I'm not that much of a snob, but, given the choice, always bone-in.
Yes, I agree too. Yeah. It's nice to have someone who's like, agrees with it.
Now, next level
kind of
off the bone. Have you had, and there's only one place you can really ever have this, have you had a turkey leg at a Renaissance festival?
Oh my God, no, but I would love to go to a Renaissance fair. I feel like I always just barely miss it every time. Like when it's like, oh man, it would be cool. When does that happen? And it's like, almost
it just
every
closed
time.
last week.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, that's sick. Like when they have those animes where the chick's like eating like a big chunk of meat or something. That's
what it is. It is that comically oversized.
Oh, that sounds so awesome, man. I'd be like cloud 9. With a big mug of beer on the side. Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah. Oh.
That would be so awesome, man. I would be happy. Happy camper. I gotta go now. I gotta write it down. Go to Renaissance Fair. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, no, I haven't had that experience. Would love to, though.
Definitely worthwhile.
Sure.
That Renaissance festivals are a little bit harder to find than barcades, but
yes.
Make a day of it with some friends, and when you're there, I don't know if I've ever been to a Renaissance festival that didn't have turkey legs. It's pretty standard, and
wow,
they're a little bit pricey, and certainly have gotten pricier over the years, but it's a full frickin' meal. That's a lot of meat.
Wow. Yeah. Oh my God, that must be so fantastic.
It's really good.
I love that.
You're outside, and in that environment, it is just a very unique, simple joy.
Yes, yeah. Especially like, they have those people like walking around all dressed up and stuff.
Yeah.
Man, you just get like teleported to like a different environment entirely. Man, that's cool.
It's a lot of fun. You can tell the modern aspects of it, that it doesn't feel like a full throwback, but most good Renaissance fairs are going to be pretty darn immersive.
Yes. That's awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, sometimes I see people like they post their like Renaissance outfits, like they'll dress up for the fair as well, which is really cool. I don't know if I would go that far, but definitely would be there for the food. I
have no skill for cosplay. I have several friends that when we go to Renfest that they'll dress up, and I'm just the normal guy in the t-shirt.
You're just some guy.
Shorts. Because also most of them are in the spring to summer, and it's really hot, and it's like, okay, I'm not gonna go in the full leather garb in the middle of summer when it's anywhere from like 80 to 100 degrees. Now, if you live in an area where it's going to be cooler out, or if it's like a fall or even winter Renfest, then maybe. But the ones where I grew up were always spring, summertime, and no.
Oh, you would be dying for sure.
But there are people that do it. There are people that suffer for their art. I'm not that committed.
That's amazing. That's very cool. Yeah, I mean, like, if people have to do like makeup or something for their, like, I couldn't imagine like sweating buckets with makeup on and like, oh my God. Sounds like
it's so impressive.
Sounds like a huge mess. Yeah, it is very impressive. I like it a lot. Yeah, so.
But also on the topic of food and many different likes and styles and things that you mentioned to me that you just love food in general. You love cultural differences in food preferences, and just sort of the interest of seafood is a bigger thing in Japan because, well, it's an island nation, and it's not going to be as big a thing in the US outside of coastal cities, and just the way different things are prepared. And it's funny because I remembered yesterday when I was lurking in your stream that you play Scrandle a lot, which I was thinking, it's like, what a perfect sort of gamification of just cultural differences and examples and everything. So what we're gonna do, if it pops up, where'd it go? There it is. We're gonna play the Daily Scrandle.
Hey, let's go.
So, 1 second. I think I actually need to resize this just a little bit to make sure I'm not chopping off chat. There we go.
Okay.
There we go right there. And let me get screen share up for you on Discord so you can see what's going on without a delay. But, yeah. So, this isn't going to be quite how it is on Koko's stream where she has the poll and everything is done by chat. It will just be the two of us, but folks in chat can absolutely chime in. So, let's see what we've got. Let's scramble.
All right.
Lechona roast pork and crackling for $2.50 only. Like, the price is one of the things that I think you really need to pay attention to.
Yes.
Chicken curry and chips. With a pint. With a pint. Okay.
Not too bad. It's not too bad. I don't know, man. Colombia, they got that roasted pork.
Yeah.
Kind of good.
Looking at the price of just, $2.50 versus $8.50.
Yeah,
it's a bit
I think I would
to tell
go with
scale on this one though, because the more I look at the lechona, that it might not be that big.
Yeah.
But is the chicken curry and chips much bigger?
It's not that much bigger, and also like that's a lot of meat. Not gonna lie. I mean, it does look like there is quite a bit on the chicken side, but me personally, I gotta go with the lechona.
Yeah, that's where I go. But at the very least, this is one that I look at and say, both of these are appetizing. That if you offer me either of these, I would gladly take them. That sometimes it's one or both of just, what the heck is this? This looks pathetic. But I love good curry, Japanese curry, Thai curry, Indian curry. I'm a bit of a weenie when it comes to spice, that I can only handle.
Really?
Like,
you can't handle spice.
Well, I should rephrase. It depends on the spice. Like, I'm totally fine with buffalo wings. On a Thai spicy scale, I can usually handle, like, comfortably enjoying 2 of 4 scale. Japanese, I can usually handle the higher end because Japanese spice is just not as intense.
It's more mild.
But Indian spice just wrecks me. I'm no good with Indian spice.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, I love spice. I mean, pimento, but I am a huge fan. I'm not like, numbing your mouth to where you can't enjoy the food level of spice.
I need to be flavorful spice. I don't want pain.
Yes, exactly. So, wow, that's I love spice, but I sometimes when I cook for people, I have to look out for that a lot, because sometimes I'll invite people over who have like 0 spice tolerance whatsoever. Like, they'll just be sweating buckets at my table, you know. So I am very aware of stuff like that. That's cool.
I feel like I fall very much on the average, that I can handle some spice, maybe a little bit below the average, but I don't have 0 tolerance at the very least.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
All right. So, Lechona, people said yes. Haha.
Oh, yes. Oh,
meat and
man.
Potato pie and Le Sandwich Leones.
Ooh. Okay, a French
peas and
one.
gravy for 5, and then sausage, onions, and Saint Marcellin sauce? What is
I have
Saint
no
Marcellin
idea
sauce? Can you look that up?
Sure. Let me shmee.
I would, but I worry if I go off this window, I think it'll mess with things.
Yeah, that's okay. What's this? Saint
Marcellin.
Okay, Saint Marcellin. So there's a cheese, but I'm looking for the sauce. It is. Oh, it's a cheese sauce. Interesting. See, what does it mean? It's slightly acidic in taste, with hints of hazelnuts. Soft, creamy cheese gives off stable aromas with a slight hint of bitterness. Very cool. Okay, so that's definitely not the wine cup in the background.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I and this
thought it was
doesn't
like
mention the wine, so I don't think that comes with it.
Okay, okay.
But the prices are pretty similar, £5 and £5.80.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta go with the sandwich.
I'm looking at the sandwich. Yeah, that just those peas don't look super appetizing. I almost feel like if you subtract the peas, that the meat and potato pie would become more appealing.
Yeah, exactly. Also, those peas are huge. Like, what the heck?
Those are like some British peas. But this sandwich looks really good. That the sausage is thick cut here. It has the sauce, so going with that. Yes. 2 for 2.
Let's go. Okay.
Wigan kebab. Now we're into the ones of just like, I look at this and I was like, this is a little bit sad.
Oh, the Wigan kebab.
Steak and
Do
a pie
you know
roll.
about the Wigan kebab video?
I do not.
Oh my god. Well, how's it go? In Wigan, it's as good as gravy. There's like this guy, this British guy, he goes to Wigan and he has like a Wigan kebab from a place. And it's honestly, the video itself is like just, you know, your average kind of like restaurant review mixed with like a little bit of jokes. But what is so like amazing about that video is like, if you're not from the UK or England, it's like, it's like the craziest, like you have like a paradigm shift, like culture shock. It's like they're talking like they say there's like one of the items outside of the Wigan kebab. It's called a babi's head. And it's basically called baby's head for whatever reason, it's like the food item. I don't even know what it is. It might be a pie or something, but like they say it's like it looks like a baby's head. Like, but then you're like cutting it to the pie. Like, what would you want to like call it that? That's so wild. But yeah, it is pretty fun. But yeah, every time I see Wigan kebab on Scrandal, I'm like, oh man, in Wigan it's as good as gravy. Yeah, you gotta for sure.
The roll is not doing this thing any favors. The roll looks bad. Whereas
it looked very dry.
Yeah, the picture of the steak pie with gravy just looks appetizing. That it has you know, a not bad moisture about it.
Yes.
And
yeah, I would probably
that's
go with
cheaper
that one.
too. So steak pie with gravy, I think gets the easy pick for me.
Yeah, I agree with it. Lock it in.
Yeah. Oh, and that one's not close. Okay. Yeah, that's validating. Okay. Ooh. Chicharrones, fried pork belly with salsa verde. Ooh. And for once, a USA offering that doesn't look terrible. That's a solid-looking pastrami sandwich.
Yeah, wow, New York, you know, New York's got it going.
But at 3 times the price, I don't know.
Ooh, that is true, actually. And you know, I feel like a pastrami sandwich it's just so, it's so specific culturally, you know? Like, I feel like someone who doesn't know a pastrami sandwich, they'd be like, what the hell is this?
I'm going to agree with an asterisk of, I think it is unfortunately culturally specific. I wish more people knew about pastrami sandwiches because I think because it's not like it is a culturally specific taste, that it's still meat at the end of the day. It's a slight variation on the preparation of it, but I think that it is, I don't think the taste is a regional one. I think the word pastrami is regional. If anything, that limits it. That I think there's a lot of, I think most people from other cultures and countries could go to New York because you can tell this is New York. I think that's the Mets, all about the Mets, baby. And enjoy a pastrami sandwich. This is not a weird food to any culture, I would think. You know, it's still of a sort.
It's true, for sure.
But you're right, that it is regional.
Yeah, I mean, people would probably be like, "Whoa, the black on the meat." I don't know. I've had people kind of like shy away from pastrami in the past, but I agree. I think pastrami is great, and this actually looks like solid pastrami.
This is good, thick cut right here, and that's
beautiful.
Looks like sourdough, and of course you got the pickle spear. And the thing that's sad is I can tell this is New York City FC from 2023 because
Mhm.
12 British pounds. That's like what, $18? Because
Yeah.
stadium prices in the US are stupid.
Oh my god, they're so ridiculous. Sometimes like the scrandle like from other countries is like £2. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
and it seems
that's
like-
insane.
Like, how,
That's crazy.
that really, I'm gonna go with the chicharrones on the price alone here because
Oh yes.
I look
And it
at
looks
this. Yeah, this looks really good, and
Mm-hmm.
I look at it and I say, if that were served at New York City FC in
Oh my
2023, it would probably cost £10.
Oh yeah. I mean, at that price, that would be sold out within like 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that is insanely good price for
So,
sure. Yeah, I would
locking in?
lock that in.
All right,
Yeah.
But at
Hell
least that,
yeah!
pastrami has that respectable lady.
Oh.
You call
my
that a
God.
hot dog? Like I said, sometimes you look at this and say, huh?
Oh my god.
And I don't care that that's £3 to the $8.70. That chicken and beer looks great.
Oh my god, it looks great.
Like, we
Man,
got two different
Korea,
flavors
what
here?
the heck?
Yeah.
Man, Seoul's doing it different, dude. Like this hot dog is
Like, what
this
is
guy.
Is
This guy was like, man, you
like-
know what? I hate this customer so much. We don't have hot dog buns. This guy's
So we're
getting
just
a
gonna
hamburger
put it on
bun.
a hamburger bun and we sliced it in half.
Yeah, we not only did we slice it in half lengthways, we sliced it in half widthways as
Yeah.
well.
And then,
I
I
didn't
think
even
that's
shake
ketchup.
the ketchup bottle. Yeah,
Dude,
he
just
just like
That chicken and beer,
Oh.
super easy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
As it should be.
super
12-7.
duper easy. Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
All right, these are both respectable. These pie chips and gravy, it's very
Mhm.
British for sure, but I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
worse.
I mean, those chips actually look pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Those guys looking mighty nice, but
But that's shish
look at
kebab.
that shish kebab. Oh my god.
I don't care that £1.50 difference. I'm just gonna take the shish kebab.
Oh yeah, lock it
Interesting
in.
that it's
Let's do
still
it.
they're both England actually.
Yeah, that is actually kind of
I'm-
crazy. I mean, it is a sad amount of lettuce. I'm not gonna lie, but that bread looks great. The shish kebab itself looks great.
I'm
I don't know.
wondering if
I
that
gotta
could
go
be.
with it.
I'm trying to decide if a shish kebab from England actually goes down for me versus chips, pie, and gravy. I know, that's English and that,
Yeah,
prepared in England, it's going to be good there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, hopefully.
I'm
hopefully.
trying to. Chips, pie, and gravy will be done better in England than other places, even if the ceiling is lower than other things. The ceiling
Yes,
of
yeah.
a shish kebab is definitely higher than pie, chips, and
That is
gravy.
true.
But is a shish
Mhm.
kebab from England better or worse than chips, pie, and gravy from England? Because like if
I don't
this
know.
said almost any other country, it'd be a snap decision. But now I'm second guessing.
Yeah. Honestly, I leave it to your discretion. I don't know. I believe in whatever you choose.
Chat,
It's
you have
ride
any
or
input
die.
on this? Yeah, it's like this is when it gets real challenging.
Yeah. Yeah, those crisps. do
Maybe
look
we just
good.
go with our instincts.
Okay, go for it.
All right, went with the instincts and. Oh no! my detection of the double guess was right. Oh no!
man.
Why are there so many chips, pie, and gravy today? This is like the third time this has happened.
Man, that's all they sell in England. Oh no, this one's England
but it's
too.
but it's England again. But this one is fried chicken and
Oh.
chili.
That's good though.
That
and
looks
those
pretty
look
good, though.
Fried
This looks
really
proper.
nicely.
And this
Oh man.
pie, chips, and gravy looks less appealing than the other one. But I think it's
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
one
yeah.
because it's the same price too. And it's the same presentation.
It is, yeah.
But
Okay.
I'm going to go with Crawley Town's chicken and chili. I
lock
think.
it in. That one looks so good.
Yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Okay.
That's good. Wow. Okay.
Bacon cheeseburger or bacon. Okay, so which bacon cheeseburger, but also half the price.
Oh, but come
But at
on,
the same
like, those are
time,
so that?
I mean, this.
That's like raw bacon
Yeah.
on there. It's so nasty looking. And the bun is like wrinkled. Like they
Yeah,
the guy like
the presentation
punched the
on
bread.
Avaro FC. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
I-
is it
I
worth double?
gotta go with this one.
Probably still. The
You know
price is
what?
the only thing that has me here.
That is true. I think that's pretty pricey for England.
Yeah.
Bacon cheeseburger.
But
too.
does it
You know
matter
what?
when the difference is that stark?
Yeah, I feel like it almost like there's gotta be like a moment where it almost doesn't matter what the price is if the food looks
Yeah.
nice. I mean, to
Or
an
if the other
extent.
one just looks bad.
Yeah, that is true. I would say
All right.
the one on the left.
Arsenal,
For sure.
we're betting it all on you. Yes, but it was
Let's
close.
go.
2%.
Wow.
Wow. This one's
the guy
easy.
making that cheeseburger, he just did
Like,
not care, man.
This is just. That's.
He was just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna heat up anything. This
Yeah,
going in
ju-
cold. Like this guy's getting the raw cheese slice,
you know-
slap it on there.
The words one cheeseburger hot dog. All right, classic that they're different. And I look at the cheeseburger,
Yeah.
sad, and you then looks all right. Well, hot dogs are the easiest things to make look bad, and this thing's gorgeous.
Yeah, that is a really nice one.
And cheaper.
Actually, that cheese sauce is mighty fine. I'm surprised. England coming in clutch with like the basically it's not really a chili cheese dog, but it's close.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
That was pretty big. Oh,
Oh,
Fischbroten. Fish in a bun.
fish
It
broth.
it sure is fish in a bun. And
Checks out.
like between
Wow.
these two, I fully expect the chicken Euro box to be the winner. But
Yeah, for sure.
we were talking about liking seafood. I would try that fish broden
Yeah.
in a second.
I would too.
Like,
yeah.
It doesn't. It's not as aesthetically appealing, but
Mhm.
a good
As the
fish sandwich,
chicken
and that
Euro.
I like when my fish has scales still. Sometimes that
Oh,
assuming that
like
it's-
the skin on it.
yeah, because you can see the skin's definitely still on this one, and that
Yeah.
it's not something I like on everything, but I'm just the type of person I will try anything once, and
Yes.
that you get a slightly different taste and texture with the skin. So I would absolutely try it,
Mhm.
but I expect
I would try it too.
I expect the
I
masses are
don't
going to
think
go
the
with
general.
the
Yeah.
no. yeah.
Yeah, lock that in. Honestly, yeah, I'm just.
And also, this is just
it's funny to see
this is
it.
a solid chicken Euro box.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce
tomato
it?
looks
Is
good,
it?
bread looks good?
Do you pronounce
Uh,
Euro, gyro?
I do gyro.
Okay, yeah.
I used to call it gyro, I think, but no, I do gyro.
Yeah. Mm,
Nice.
aw,
Wow,
no love at all for the fish.
that's so low. Hey, let's go. 90.
9 out of 10. Really good, really good.
Yeah, unfortunate about we got it wrong on that
Yeah,
one.
and
but
that was the one that I was second
It was
guessing. That I had the moment. I was like, maybe,
Yeah.
nah, we should go with the insects. Oh, well. Oh, we did well.
yeah, it's okay. That was awesome.
Honestly, I felt like
Very
most of those weren't actually that difficult.
No, they weren't.
Some
for
of those
sure.
were layups, but
Yeah, I mean, for Scrandle, they always got that. Oh, you after or like sometime in the future, you have to Google or look up on YouTube the Wigan kebab. Oh my god, it seriously is so funny. Like, there's just so many good moments where you're just like, wow, England is a country. Like not like in a derogatory way, but like it almost feels like fantastical to me, right? Like it shouldn't exist in my the way they talk. Like maybe it's just because of like media, like TV shows and fantasy movies, but it really does just feel like it's like there's a portal up there in Europe that has like England in it, and that's a portal to like another realm because it's just so radically different from North America,
a
It's
whole bunch of
amazing.
VTubers are up in that other realm right now that at
Oh,
time
yeah.
of broadcast, the Expo is going on.
Oh yeah, Expo. Another. See, once again, another convention that I just completely only hear about like 2 days before it happens or something. It's crazy.
Well, at the very least,
Absolutely.
not knowing your exact location, I'm pretty sure you are somewhere in continental North America and not Europe. And that
Yes,
if
no.
you're not in Europe, it is less likely to necessarily be on your radar.
Oh, for sure. But you know, I wouldn't mind saving up money and going with a bunch of
Yeah.
friends, travel to Europe. I think it
I
would
do
be
want to
really
go
cool.
sometime in the future. That because this is only their
Yeah.
second year, I think.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah,
How do you even start up like a convention? I feel like that must be
a lot of work
insane
and a
difficult.
lot of
Yeah.
money.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Conventions
I
are-
mean,
Like I was telling you in a pre-interview, conventions are not cheap.
yeah, that's crazy. Like, I see something like that, and it's like, wow. I mean, the fact that it's doing well, I mean, the amount of people I saw online saying, yep, I'm going. And it's like, holy moly. Like, learning right now that it's in its second year, like, I would have assumed it was just like some long standing convention, you know?
Offkai only just had its fourth.
Wow, that's so cool. Man, good for them, honestly. That's great. I mean, hey, if they're self-sustainable and they can make it happen, great. I guess there was just some guy who was like, I really want this convention to happen here.
Most conventions usually start with 1 to 3 people. And, you know, this isn't VTuber conventions. This is fan conventions. Doesn't matter if it's anime cons, you know, VTuber cons.
Yeah,
Sorry, got some in my throat.
nerd
Comic-Cons.
conventions.
That it's usually 1 to 3 people, and someone's putting up a lot of cash to get it off the ground.
Wow, that's
And that-
awesome.
Hopefully, after multiple years, they will make back the investment, you know, whether it's for profit or not for profit. But that
Mhm.
even when conventions are profitable, the amount of profit isn't necessarily going to be a ton. That it can cost, my guess is $50,000 is a cheap convention. Like that is
Wow.
a cheap hotel convention.
Oh my gosh. That is
I-
insane. Like how do you even make that money back? Like I feel like you
Well,
don't.
well, you get it from the badges, from the
Okay.
sponsorships, but that, you know, how much are you bringing in? Are you bringing in 52,000? Are you bringing in 60,000?
Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah.
And that, goodness knows, VTuber conventions are the most expensive out there just because of the tech. That if you're running,
Oh yes.
if you're just running an
Yeah.
anime convention or a comic or pop culture convention, and you're not having concerts, you're not having any virtual panels, that everything is just, you know, the panelists show up in person, they plug their computer into a projector, and that's
Yeah.
the panel, no streaming, no
Yeah.
nothing, that will chop
Mhm.
off a lot of money from the bill. It's still going to be
Okay.
expensive. It's still going to
Yes,
be very
yes.
expensive. But that VTuber conventions are uniquely pricey because of
Yes,
all the
yes.
extra tech, and that depending on where you are, you can't
Mhm.
bring in that tech. You have to rent it because, you know,
Yes,
for that type of
yes.
stage, that, you know, people do not own a stage. You have to pay
Yeah.
to have that assembled, and, you know, the speakers and the lights and
Wow.
everything, and that costs a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I can only imagine, really. Especially just like even tech alone, like the tech that I have for streaming, you know, and that's not even accounting like all the extra stuff that they have to do, like speakers
Mhm.
and all of these like audio cables. Like I couldn't imagine the amount of money and the amount of like assembly. Like, oh
Yeah,
my
and
goodness, it must be
depending on
like
where
a
you
massive-
are, if, you know, depending on where the convention is,
Mhm.
your convention staff might not legally be allowed to set it up. Depending on where you
What?
are, you might have to use union labor.
Wow! Really? That's crazy.
Your staff might be able
Wow.
to use it once it is set up and operated. Sometimes
Mhm.
they're not allowed to, and union has to do that too. It varies.
Yeah.
but that there's just so much, and that
Wow.
the fact they're able to not just get to the first year, that getting to a first year is already a big success, but then to
Mhm.
still be able to get to the second year. So super happy for
Yeah.
Vexpo. Hope folks are having a great time over there.
Yeah. I hope there's a lot of fun stuff to do there. I don't know anything about conventions. I'd love to go for sure. Like that was kind of I mentioned to you it was on my I wouldn't say bucket list, but like I was kind of like planning like yeah, I'd like to go. I think that would be cool. But it kind of just like fell through from the amount of work that I had to do this year so far. So I didn't get the opportunity to do it, but I'd love to go. I think it would be so much fun to like, just take some friends, go just like as not really a guest, just go as just some guy, just hanging out and enjoying the experience. It would be
I
really
forget
nice.
if I mentioned this to you earlier in the week when we spoke, but if you go,
Mhm.
make sure to keep receipts because everything there, as long as you talk about it on stream, show some pictures, it's a business expense.
No way! Oh my god!
If
Wait,
you-
does that account for the plane ticket too?
Plane ticket,
There's no-
hotel, that, you're not going to get a refund for it, but you can at least write
Oh
it
my
off on taxes,
God.
which is something.
That's fantastic! I didn't know that. Oh my god!
As long as
that's
you use it for
fantastic.
content, if you are filing your taxes and make sure that you have everything there, that's considered business travel. That's
Oh my
considered
god!
business expense and other things. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm actually like super like I wouldn't say anal, but I love learning about what I can write off. Like
You can write
it's
off a lot.
so much. Yeah, I have like a document that I just keep like filling in with like new stuff that I find out. That's going on there. I did not know conventions could be written off so long as I like talk about it. That
If
is
it's used
awesome.
for content, it's
Wow. That's
just
so
as valid
cool.
as, buying a game or other things that it's part of your content.
Yes,
So,
yes. Yeah, like a fun one that I found out is like a business meal where like if you go with someone to talk about or even just briefly talk about
50%.
your job, it's 50%. Like how insane! Like it's so crazy to me. I love that. I'm always like I'm like, hey, if like even just to my friends, it's like you can write this off. Like even it's like, oh well, I work in like I have like a regular job where I'm already getting my taxes, like But it's even then, like like prescriptions or medication. Like there are so many avenues of like things that you can write off if you have the ability to do it. Like do it, like
Yes,
get your money
please.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. Like I did not know that one. That one's awesome.
Keep basic documentation, but also you don't need to
Yeah.
have everything that, generally speaking, at least, Johnny Tasterisk here, not legal advice, but for the most
Yeah, not
part,
an
IRS
accountant.
isn't going to pursue folks that make
Yeah.
less than 6 figures unless you're trying to
Yeah,
write
that's
off
true.
obscene amounts that,
Mhm.
if you're
Yeah,
writing
yeah.
off, hell, $5,000 is nothing to the IRS. It is not worth their agent's
Yeah, yeah.
time to do
Yeah.
a audit of someone who is not like, because they need to weigh, all right,
And you probably won't even
we
get that much
if we find
return.
these missing
Yeah.
amounts, how much is it? The amount that they stand to find and make via an audit has to exceed the amount of money it costs for the auditor's time.
Wait, really? I did not
Well-
actually know
well,
that.
it's not like
It's
a
not
law
like
or a
in
rule, but
stone,
just think business terms. That
Yeah.
if
Yes,
I am the
yes.
IRS employing these number of auditors and lawyers, and I look and see, all right, I think this person might have written off $200 here that they didn't need to, but I would need to assign one of my auditors and lawyers to pursue this, send the
yeah.
things, and then do the follow-up and file all the paperwork. And the amount of paperwork that would take is about 5-10 hours. If I pay my
yeah.
auditors $50, $100 an hour, 5-10 hours, that's more than $200 that the IRS would make. It is
Yes,
fiscally
yes,
irresponsible for me to pursue this. So
Yes.
I'm going after the folks that are making, okay, if
A
this
lot.
5-10
Yeah.
hours of audit work comes in, that it will mean $10,000 of tax revenue that is being evaded right now.
Yes. Yeah. And also,
So,
like,
don't commit tax fraud, but also don't worry if you don't have every single receipt.
It's crazy how many streamers, like, come out and basically said, yeah, like, I never file my taxes. Like, are you insane? Like, what are you
That's
talking
when I get
about?
scared. When people say they just don't file their taxes.
Yeah, like, you have to file, like, I get it, it sucks and it's unfortunate, but, like, you stand to gain so much from filing your taxes too.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of money you get is
get
like,
it back.
You can even get more back sometimes. Like, if you're lucky, they give you a check.
Mm-hmm.
So it really is like. Also, I don't know. I love spreadsheets. I'm like weird, so I love doing my taxes. I love doing spreadsheets, and I love like documenting stuff. So for me, it's really enjoyable. If anything, the hard part is finding an accountant who is like well versed.
In content creation.
Oh yes, that's difficult.
There's some, and to be honest, I think that you don't necessarily need a specialty accountant. That if you can find one, great. But at the same time, I think it is easier to work with normal accountants than most things. That what you end up giving up by having a normal accountant is there will be some things that they won't think of to suggest that you write off. That a good informed content creator accountant tax specialist will know, okay, like, here's the things that you don't think to write off that you're able to, and that they'll find you more money. But at the very least, a normal accountant will make sure that all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and that you're set up right.
Yes. Yeah. It's a balance of, are you willing to do more work yourself, or are you willing to pay someone to do the work for you?
Yeah.
Right? So it's definitely something like that, for sure.
This is so frustrating. This is so freaking frustrating. I need to railroad us to the end because we're near the end of the time. We're already at 4.5 hours, Koko.
I can't believe it.
It's just like, there's so many things. We didn't get to talk about historical medieval martial arts. And
I know.
There's so many different things, but this has been so fun. And I do have a couple of last questions that I'd like to ask all my guests before you head on your way. First
absolutely.
Off, do you have any goals for the rest of 2025? We're, as weird as it is to say, getting near the end of the year. It's September.
I can't believe that.
I don't like that, but
it is what it is. Only 3 months? Like 3 months. That's insane to me. Like, I can't believe that.
It's 4. It's not 3 yet. It's not quite that scary, but...
Oh, you're
September,
right. It
October,
is 4.
November.
You're right.
But it's still only 4. That we're in Q4.
Yes. Q4. But goals, get the Minecraft sound pack done. It has to be done this quarter. I swear to God, if it's not, you know what? I do a thing where if I'm taking too long to do something, this is what happened with Elden Ring, the original, like the base game. It took me so long to beat the game that I said to myself one year, I said, I have the rest of the year to beat it. If I don't beat it by the end of the year, I'm going to have to eat a sock live on stream. Like a genuine, real sock. And I had an idea, I was prepared. Like I was gonna chop the sock up finely.
That's one way to get fiber in your diet, I guess.
Yeah, I was ready, but I managed to actually beat the game. I think it was 2 days before New Year's or something. It was
under the
wild.
wire.
But, yeah. So if I don't finish this sound pack this year, I will eat a sock.
Are we going back to the sock? Is that our standby?
Yeah, it's our standby. It's the sock, so I'll eat a sock. But it will be done this year, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
The sound pack will be done this year. If I'm done the sound pack, I'd love to start working on maybe getting an editor for YouTube. That would be really cool. It's been my plan for quite a while now to not even like a full-time editor, but maybe commission someone for like one video, like a long form one. That would be really nice. I'd like to dive more into the YouTube aspect because I think like a lot of my content works really well long form. The problem is finding someone who will edit it, and obviously it's costly, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta like factor in either you're gonna do it yourself, which I have no time to do anything like that, or you gotta find someone who is willing to do that, and at a fair price that I would be able to, or some kind of like, I know we don't have time, but I will say, I feel like there is a way to compensate people for their time. It's not discussed a lot, and I think it's very uncommon. But like for instance, I've done like someone has reached out to me about like doing like they wanted something from me. Like it was another creator. And they were like, hey, I would love for you to make emotes for me. And I was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. And they said like, yeah, I'm willing to pay, but I'm also willing to do work for you in exchange. Right. So instead of there being like
Art
a
trades.
monetary. Yeah, exactly. There was a work trade that happened, which is exciting. And I think like I think we should kind of like normalize that more, doing
We need
more
to get
like
back to
work
bartering.
trades. Yeah, we should barter for stuff like, oh, well, I have, this, I'll give you this. I have a game code I can give you or something. I think it would be really cool because especially when you're so small like me, like monetary stuff is just so difficult. Like having to budget, like, oh my God, like I can't put more into the stream, like financially, because I just don't have the profits to do so, But you want to have like some kind of footing so that you can get more profit. Like the YouTube thing would help a lot with visibility. So it's very cool. But yeah, so editing, that's another one I'd love to do, like long form editing. I have quite a few videos I've already wrote down on a document that I'd like to have edited. And outside of that, for the rest of the year, the last thing is gonna be that Winter Wonderthon. Happens every year. It's gonna happen again. I don't know what we're gonna raise money for. Last year we raised money for charity because I felt bad that, like we did the outfit raising money and then it wasn't ready. So I was like, it would be weird to raise money for something else on the stream before the first thing, comes out. But I don't know what I'll do this year. I don't know if I want to do another charity or if I want to do something that like benefits the stream and increases like I guess the quality of the stream, Yeah. I've yet to figure that out. But other than that, yeah, that's it. It was mainly the Minecraft sound pack. That's what I gotta do. Yeah.
I see here also you're going to be in a Rift Runners set in the future. Congrats on that. That's very exciting.
Yeah. I got some like the work in progress for some of the artwork I have 2 cards that I'm aware of that have artwork, and one of them is Peppy actually. So
Ooh.
I know, and I saw it. It was so cute. I was like, the art is so cute. Oh my God, I'm really excited. I don't know what set I'm gonna be in. I think it'll probably be like a set later down the line because I haven't gotten any information. But I have been given permission to talk about being in Rift Runners. So yeah, I'm really excited. It's very cool. Yeah, I'm going to open packs like crazy when my set comes out. That's great. Yeah.
We don't have time. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No. I don't want to segue.
Running low on time. We don't have much that can't take too long, but I referenced it in the opening. I said I was slightly unnerved by the puppet lurking backstage, and I completely forgot to ask you, what is this?
Okay.
Because the file specifically says Puppet 2, which implies the existence of Puppet 1.
Okay, there is a lot of it's hard to describe, but my audience really likes this freak of nature. So basically, I'll give you the lowdown. Puppet 2 is an April Fool's character, okay? So essentially, in March of 2023, I was making a joke. I was like, man, wouldn't it be really funny, like, instead of, like, a streamer house, there was, like, a bunch of, like, sock puppets that were, like, a streamer club on Twitch, you know? And they just did, like, sock puppet things, and then they knew each other. They were, like, in a streamer group or something. So that
You just made
year,
VTuber Muppets.
I did, but it's not me. Like, that's not Koko. That's a completely different character that just kind of like embodies like a lot of my like physical traits. It
Does
became
this
its
look
own
like the face
character,
of mercy
basically.
to you?
is awesome. Like so Puppet 2, the lore for Puppet 2 is that Puppet 2 is a child-friendly sock puppet that wants to teach kids about the alphabet. That's all it wants to do, all right? So the part of the joke is that, you know, he treats chat like children, like almost like in a derogatory way, where it's like, you're just a kid, it's okay, like you know, very much like not really Sesame Street,
I was going to
but
say
that
Sesame Street,
PBS
which is
style,
Muppets.
you know, yeah, that PBS style of like, what do they call it?
Edutainment.
Patronizing, like that.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of does this like patronizing thing, but like he loves the letter of the day. And in every single April Fool's, the joke is that the letter of the day just happens to be A.
A.
Every time. Like every year, it's always A. People will like say, oh, Puppet 2, like it's A again. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It was like T yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, like
You just weren't tuning
like
in.
pretending. Yeah, exactly. It's like pretending like this channel is always around, right?
Mhm.
But like for whatever reason,
It
that's
only
my
airs
channel
on your
April Fool's.
channel on April Fool's Day. Puppet 2
Yeah,
is on every
exactly.
day of the year. You just don't know where.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, he even's like, I don't even know who this Koko Pimento person is. Stop talking about them. You know, and Puppet 2, like, the reason it's a 2 is just because I feel like I wanted to kind of like show people that it's like there's more than one, right? And they're not the first one.
If anything,
right? So
just
there's-
the fact that it's 2, like I said,
Yeah.
that it implies the existence of one. It adds that mystery.
Yeah.
It adds that menacing, just that, well, wait, what happened?
Yeah, there's like a whole like you know, Puppet, apparently like Puppet 2 doesn't like Puppet 4, right? Because Puppet 4 is like a hot tub puppet streamer.
Oh.
And then like so like they don't like the fact that they have like adult content because
Of
they're
course,
like,
of
you know, like
course.
a child-friendly content. And then like there's like different like people will be like, oh, Puppet 2, then who's Puppet like 7 or Puppet 3 or who's Puppet 1? You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
and like, you know, there's like, you just think of stuff on the fly, and then people are like, I'm
It's
gonna
canon
write it
now.
down.
It's
for
canon
the,
now.
for the lore. Yeah.
Ah.
But it's cool, like keeping up this like random universe, and like, I don't want to say like you have to be there, but like I have like an archive channel. I would recommend looking up like Puppet,
The Puppet 2
2
streams.
on my archive channel, because like there is like the Q&A streams are so awesome, because like basically I made the Q&A to where when someone asks a question with the channel point redeem, an Inkman, which is my chat mascot regularly, but it's like a felt Inkman shows up and will say something to Puppet 2, and it has text to speech, right? And sometimes they'll say like, they'll ask Puppet 2 a crazy question that just doesn't make any sense, and Puppet 2 like gets scared, like almost like a fear, like we're supposed to be like a children's channel, like what are you guys doing, or you know, and it devolves into this like kind of madness. Sometimes I don't know how they break my text to speech bot, but like they'll write some weird stuff, and like I almost break character like every time. It's so hard for me, but like I'll like drop the puppet onto, because the way I have it set up is that it's a green screen behind the puppet, right? And have the camera over it. And so I'll drop the puppet onto like the table where the green screen is, and everyone can tell that I've dropped it. That's the OG one. That's when it was like all physical. But then as we moved forward, it became more digital, and I think there's more freedom with it being digital. Like that. Yeah. The one where he's like looking at the guy. Oh, and that one that you're showing right now is no,
sorry,
it's okay.
I'm flipping around a bit too fast, but also we're running low on time.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to have an entirely
go ahead.
new. I'm just gonna have to have Puppet 2 on the show sometime. I think that's the solution.
Oh my god! I mean, you could for sure. It would be wild. But
I have an idea. We'll talk. Remind me after stream. I have an idea. But the last question, because we're running low on time, it's the one I ask all my guests. What does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what does it mean to be a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. Some say it's a creative outlet. It lets me get in touch with my inner child. Others say I don't have a deep connection with my model, but it's a fantastic tool I love using as an entertainer. And there's things in between and beyond. So for you, Koko Pimento, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Well, okay. So this might get a little like out there, like philosophical, but I have time to do it. I have 8 minutes. So I would say VTubing to me is like, it's a medium, right? Like anything else. It's almost like it's such a beautiful medium because it lets you do kind of like whatever you want, really. Like it's so flexible. It used to be more idol focused, like back in the day, you know, with like we make concerts, we sing songs, sometimes we stream video games, but it's evolved so much. It's almost like synonymous with like YouTuber. Like, okay, but YouTuber of what, right? It's almost like that. It's like VTuber of what? Like, what are you, right? And I love that. I love that this has become like, it's not something niche. It's getting to a point where, like, even I read an article where it's like, sponsors are preferring VTubers. Like, there is a rise in sponsoring VTubers because there is so much creative freedom you can do with someone who's like, you know, a fictional model, right? Versus like someone who's real, who would have to travel to San Diego to do like, you know, an advertisement thing or whatever, right? You can just take someone like this.
Sponsored be like, well, if I'm Red Bull and I can't have the can in the content creator's hands, it's just not a valuable sponsorship to me. And they didn't realize, Red Bull, you can put that on their model. You can put them in a Red Bull world. You can have your cans everywhere on the screen. You can have your cans defy physics and literally give them wings if you want. Yeah. And now they're starting to realize it.
Yes, and that's so awesome. Like, I honestly, like, it doesn't matter what people do. Like, you know, there's so many avenues. People like cook with the VTubers. People like are strictly maybe like V singers, you know. You got like so many different aspects. For me, what I take out of it is I love the fact that I can kind of like be myself. I would say, you know, there are VTubers who kind of put on a show or like, you know, take on like a character, and those are awesome. I am one of those people who like, I'm almost like 100% genuinely me, right? So like, but I'm kind of larger than life, I feel like sometimes. And that can be very intimidating or, you know, too much for some. And I feel like, you know, you make yourself into this character, like, I'm wild, and it's okay because VTubers are wild. VTubers are taking on this larger than life persona, and that's wonderful. And then I get to play video games, like I mean, I could have played video games before VTubing too, but there is that level of security, like this confidentiality that's there too, especially like you know, in a space where streaming, it's very much against the female streamer. I feel like there is almost like a handful of roles that a IRL female streamer can take in their career without being like, you know, thrown into obscurity. But like with VTubing, man, you could be whatever the fuck you want. You could do whatever the fuck you want. You will find an audience, you know? And I think that's awesome. Like, yeah, like we should have, honestly, more VTubers. And I'm not just saying that for like female VTubers. I'm saying like anyone, man. You could be like man, woman, non-binary, gender fluid. Like it doesn't matter. Your model could be like male one day, female the next day. I think that's so cool. The amount of like, I'm sorry, I'm like gushing now, but like,
no, you're good.
The amount of like creativity, and it's like such a wonderful medium where viewers could just be like, yeah, I dig that. You know what I mean? I'll subscribe to that. Like, like it's awesome. I love it. I think it's great. It's a perfect harmony of, for me personally, exploring creative endeavors. So playing video games, which I already love to do. And then, like I said, like, you know, telling a story. Either, you know, these people, they make like a big debut with like a lore reveal video, right? Where they tell their story. Or maybe it's something simple where they just like talk about it. It's like me, I would like to tell that story through covers, you know? Mm-hmm. That would be what's very interesting to me. So, yeah, I love it. It's a fantastic medium. Crazy. You can be a microphone on a desk.
You can be a microphone.
I can be a guy. So
we can
like,
ignore the laws of physics. We can shrink. We can get bigger. We can turn upside down. There's so many cool things. I could keep going. I have so many other questions, but we're running out of time.
Sorry, Jay.
I'm sorry. I should have started getting us toward the end earlier, realizing we'd get derailed. But this has been so much fun, Koko. No, I do have one actual last question, though, and that's, would you like us to raid?
Ooh, good question.
While she does that, let me do a couple of quick thank yous. Thank you to Myrmidon VT, Carousel VT, and Hourgon. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much for the follows, and thank you again, Irie, Mocha, Myrmidon, and Callsign Henshin for the raids. Really do appreciate it. If for some absurd reason you're not already following Koko, please do correct that. Her links are down in the description of the video, the channel panels here on Twitch, and I'm gonna give her another shout out.
Yes, follow me. Oh, you want to so badly. You want to watch me beat the Elden Ring DLC boss next week. You do. You want to so bad.
Koko, this has been so much fun. We could have gone probably another 3 hours if left to our own devices.
I think so. Also.
I will message you later about the idea I have, and also send you the trailer I mentioned earlier so you can see the music timing and stuff. But this has been so much fun, and thank you to everyone who's been here in the chat with us as well, whether you were here from the start or if you got raided in. And
Okay, so I have someone you can raid. It's Moriko. I don't know if you know
we love
them.
Moriko.
Good. Yeah, they're live right now. We should do it. I'd be down.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Was on I think she was I'm 99% sure she was year 1.
Wow. Long time ago.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, she actually saw one of my Puppet 2 streams and was blown. Like, she was
that is very much her style.
She was like, Puppet 2, I love you. I was like, so cute.
Also, just triple checking, because I don't know of any other Morikos, but we're talking bad at video games, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah, no problem.
Wait a minute, Moriko isn't that uncommon a name. I don't want to accidentally get to the wrong one, but cool. So we're going to be raiding into Moriko. Be sure to let her know that Koko sent you all. I don't have any emotes of my own, so please use some of Koko's. But Koko, again, thank you so much. Sorry for getting this a little down to the wire, but this has been a great time.
No problem. I had fun. I mean, if I could, I'd be here way longer. So probably for the best, you know. But yeah, thank you so much. Easy. It was an honor. Thank you.
And thank you again to everybody in chat. Tell Moriko we say hi. And if you want to follow me, I guess you can do that. I can't promise any regularity, but I'll post on Twitch and Blue Sky and stuff, and you can know when I have shows, because it's usually a lot like this. It's just a lot of yapping, but a lot of fun. And this has been so much fun. So Have a great rest of your day, everybody, and we will see you all
Yeah.
next time.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Bye bye.